chance for Donjanu to go 2 for 2 at home, and he does.
And he's flying.
And now he'll celebrate. And it's going to be Sandra Velzebor.
And all the while, it is an orange blur on the front. Sandra Velzebor does it again. The exclamation mark in for the Canadian Ice Maples. And it will be the Ice Maples starting off with a gold medal. Welcome to Beijing's Capital Indoor Stadium. 2 memorable weekends in October and November in Montreal were a fantastic start to the all-new ISU Short Track World Tour, and now it's China's tour to start the Asian swing. The best in the world in short track are here to go, ready to go in night 1. Hello everybody, Gavin Day here, back in the booth. Alongside me is former U.S. national team member, 2-time Olympic medalist, Catherine Reuter-Adamek. We're feeling it now, Catherine. It is World Tour session time, night 1.
The energy is palpable in the arena. The lights are on, the music is on, the seats are starting to fill up, and we're just getting to the main event.
And there you see the schedule. It starts with really just starts right off. Men's 1500 meter semifinals, women's 1000 meter quarterfinals, and then we race for the medals to end off the first session before the ice flood. And you see the rest of it there. We also have men's 500 meters, women's 3000 meter relay for the medals, and then the men's 5,000 meter relay semis. We've had plenty of action so far, but now it feels a little bit different. Time for the medals, time for the big Crystal Globe points to come.
Well, and when you're here in person, you start to feel the energy in the room start to shift, because we've been racing for a day and a half already. Not us, but we've been watching these races for a day and a half already, and now here we are finally at the medal contending events.
And like I said, just getting going in just a few moments' time. It will be the men's 1500 meters, and it's just heavy hitter after heavy hitter in every single race the rest of the way. Started off yesterday with the qualifying session, and then this morning we went through the repechage for all of these individual events we have on the calendar. We've already got a world record this weekend in the mixed team relay, and then that was followed up today with the Canadians not qualifying for the A final. So, as we always like to point out, you never know what to expect.
No, you never do. And again, when we're getting this close to the medal rounds, every team is capable of winning. It's truly who's the smartest, who's timed their training cycle to maybe not peak, maybe peaking is a strong word, but who's timed their training cycle to be at their best.
And there is the fanfare as the lights come up, and that means it is almost time to go racing. The Chinese lungs on home ice. It wasn't the best of openings for them. They did pick up a handful of medals, but now it's time for them to really put on the show. Their skaters will be in heat number 2. And why not start with the man with the Crystal Globe helmet, Park Ji-won, highlighting heat number 1. 7 skaters, you saw them all there. Park Ji-won of the Korean White Tigers, Friso Emmons of the Dutch Lions, Adil Galiakhmatov of the Kazakh Nomads, Miyata Shogo of the Japanese Ninjas, Andrew Hyo of the USA Eagles, another White Tiger, Jungsun Woo, and Metehan Atan of the Turkish Anatolian Pars. And so they're just waiting to get on the ice, and then we will be just about ready to go. Not a bad way to kick things off with the only man to have ever won the Crystal Globe, Park Ji-won.
No, we're looking forward to 3 semifinals. Again, a stacked and loaded field. We are taking 1 fastest third in addition to the first and second place winners. And now remember, if there's an advancement in any of the races, that takes place of the fastest third. So as long as it's clean racing, we're going off fastest third time. If there's an advancement, that is the athlete who will progress to the final.
We have had largely clean races. A lot of the incidents that we have seen have been skaters going out on their own, whether it's something in the ice that they're not expecting or taking turns a little too quickly. But it's been largely clean. There have been a few moments of some incidents, but that's short track, as they say. They do happen, especially when you're at top speed in very confined spaces.
Absolutely, and as we get closer and closer to these medal rounds, you're going to see the pack start to get tighter and tighter together. There's less room to make mistakes, and it's at a higher speed, so there's less room and less time to pull off the passes.
Back in Montreal on week 1, Park Ji-won did skate in the A final for the first medals of the weekend in the men's 1500, but he was just beaten barely at the line by William Donjanu, who, as we know, had pretty solid first 2 weekends of action. Now that they shift closer to home, is it Park's time to fight back in the Crystal Globe standings?
Go to the start. Ready.
As Catherine mentioned, top 2 automatically move on, and then a maximum of 1 fastest third place skater, and it is Miyata Shogo of the Ninjas going out like the rabbit a little bit. Last season, a fracture he suffered at the 4 continents. His ankle, and of course a fractured ankle can do you no good in a sport like this. Now, Friso Emmons up into second.
Emmons following Park, which is great strategy, trying to stay right behind the current Crystal Globe holder.
Gary Akhmetov, Andrew Hyo suffered some heartbreak, coming up just short in a repechage this morning. Not able to move on in the 500, but he's here in the 15, and it's Park at the moment, and you just saw him check quick between the legs.
And not only do they look between their legs, do they look over their shoulders, but they use their ears to hear other blades accelerating on the ice, and that helps them decide their own strategy from the front.
Now, if you're a skater, is there someone you would like to maybe follow regardless of where they are on the ice at any given time?
Well, Park is a good example of if you're behind him, you're doing all right. However, my eyes are on Korean skater Jung, Korean White Tiger Jung. He's sitting in the back. I expect him to move pretty soon.
With that incredibly deep Korean side, and there's a skater down. It's Gali Akhmetov.
Here's the move.
And it is Jung-Sun Woo going off. He had a silver medal in the 1,000 in week number 2 in Montreal. He's going to go all the way to the front.
Amon sitting in third. He needs to close that gap, but it looks like Miyata is going to close it for him.
It is Miyata, the ninja, chasing after the 2 White Tigers. There's Jung-Sun Woo with a bit of a gap. It is now a front 3. Amons has some work to do to close it up. And he's at the bell, and it's still Jung-Sun Woo. Park Ji-won following him. Would it be the White Tigers taking the 2 guaranteed spots into the semis? That incident earlier is not being reviewed. There was nothing there, apparently, and it is the White Tigers going 1-2 ahead of Miyata. And we'll have to wait and see if that time holds up. Clean racing. Save for the fall, of course, and we'll see if we get another look at it. And yeah, it's another skater going down on their own.
And that really has been happening quite a bit so far this weekend. Let's take a look at the 2 Korean White Tigers coming around the corner, position 1 and 2. This is a dangerous situation. Once you get 2 skaters from the same country in position 1 and 2, it's very hard to break that up.
And you hear the roar. There is not just one Chinese lung at the start line, there will be 2. And there's the photo, 1 and 2 for the White Tigers. It will be both into the A final. And there you go. Miyata Shogo will have to watch and wait. Emmons into the B final, and Andrew Hyo will also be on the clock watching to see if he gets into that B final. Of course, the B final this year, and of course in the Crystal Globe standings, every point matters, and so there will be added motivation. Even if you don't get into the A final, you want to maximize your points for the Crystal Globe standings.
Maximize points and maximize race experience. Every time these athletes step on the ice, win or lose, they learn something. They learn, hey, next time I gotta hook my turns tighter. I gotta carry my speed wider. Athletes are also looking for weaknesses in their competitors. How does this one skate their deep track? How does this one skate their outside pass? Because this is just information that even if they're not winning this time, they have that information for the future.
There is Sun Long. of the two lungs. Stan Desmet also in this one. Pietro Siegel in this one. Robert Kreuzbergs, Dennis Nikisha, and Brendan Corey. And this is a semi-final, and this really is anyone's game. Look at the likes of Kreuzbergs, already a World Tour podium in this distance this year. Brendan Corey, World Championship, bronze medal, but he's had to go through the repechage. Sun Long, meanwhile, had to go through the qualifiers as well yesterday. So lots to watch for. We'll see how fresh the legs are for a semi.
Go to the start. Ready.
This one does not like they are eyeing the time. It looks like they are really racing for the positions. I'm going to see Robert Kreuzbergs, a guy who likes to go to the front. Very big guy. There are a few times in Montreal, people tried to pass him, and it was literally just shoulder to shoulder, and he would win that hands down, and off would go the skater, usually into the pads.
Well, and we have talked about this before, where being tall is not necessarily a disadvantage, but being small can be an advantage. When you're, as a skater, you are a little bit bigger, you can take up more space, you can be wider in your stride, you're harder to pass. Smaller skaters can fit into holes and compress their center of gravity low to the ice, making them more efficient.
Keeping an eye out on the world champion, Sun Long, sitting in 5th place right now. I mentioned he had to go through the qualifiers because he is the world champion, but the overall ranking goes further back, and so he had not reached the top 20, at least from the previous World Tour stops. He had to go through the qualifiers yesterday. And so it is Siegel on the front, another one on the podium a couple weeks ago in Montreal.
Really smooth move to the front by Brendan Corey. And the lungs moving up 1 and 2. Again, remember, 2 skaters from the same country in 1-2. That's dangerous.
Does Desmet really recognize that now as he jumped right in front immediately?
Certainly.
Inside. 6 to go now. And it is Sun Long on the front. Every time one of their skaters moves to the front, the roars from the crowd.
There's going to be an explosive move, and here it is, Siegel trying. He doesn't go all the way for the front.
He got squeezed, and now it's just a bit of chaos back there. Several skaters off balance. Sun Long in front. Desmet and Siegel now back to it, but Kreuzbergs has to chase it down now. Inside, up to 3 to go.
Kreuzbergs closed the gap, and hey, if that were me, I'd be keeping that speed going on the outside, but that's what everyone else is thinking too.
2 little yellow dots in the corner of your screen. That means 2 situations are being reviewed from that. Watching Corey at the back, there is a gap. Is he picking up speed now? Siegel into second. At the bell, it's Sun Long, it's Siegel, Desmet, Kreuzbergs both going into the corner, both coming together. It's still Sun Long in front, and Pietro Siegel, and look who's up for third, Dennis Nikisha. Man, you might maybe seeing more commonly in a 500 meters, but he gets up for third here.
Really an exciting race, lots of jockeying for position, and that's something that's really great about the progression of this sport, the way it's evolved. Even when we have 2 Chinese skaters, there's so many other countries who can contend for a medal at this point.
So several collisions, little comings together to be reviewed.
Now I like that move by Siegel. 2 quick crossovers, trying to get his hand in on the pivot. Sometimes that works, this time it does not work. It creates some chaos. Robert Kreuzbergs and Brendan Corey trying.
And that one might also be looked at as Brendan Corey dumped into the corner on Kreuzbergs there.
That's right, trying to take advantage of an opportunity, but potentially just causing contact.
And so through all of that, Sun Long
looks pretty happy, doesn't he?
He is comfortable. Yeah, he started all the way back in the qualifiers yesterday. It is getting progressively worse, but each time, or more difficult rather, and each time he comes through. And there is the first look at our review room. 3 separate incidents to be looked at in that one. So it could be 2 from this one. This first move by Siegel, that sort of set things off. And then Corey up the inside, a little bump there. And so a lot of things to analyze.
That's right, and what the officials are looking for is, first of all, that if there is a penalty, it needs to be clear and obvious that one skater is impacting the other. It also needs to have an impact on the outcome of the race, and we are seeing several athletes being impacted by that bit of contact.
So this is where the officials earn their money. I am forever grateful that I am not that. It is a special breed out down there making the reviews.
And it's a waiting game now in the heat box.
Look at Roberts Kreuzbergs. He's from a town right on the Baltic Sea, Riga, the capital of Latvia. So here it is. It's 2 in 1 corner. This might be the third incident, and that's Desmet and Kreuzberg. So yeah, that's incident number 3. Because the first 2 were essentially on the same lap, and that was the incident near the end. And I always just watch. There's a review screen where they're interacting with that video control room, and when a decision is made, they always go over to a second screen to punch in the results, and that's where they are now. And then if there is any discipline, here we go. So there's a possible lane change, possible illegal late pass. That's incident number 2. And then the third incident is possibly that third one that we noted between Roberts Kreuzbergs and Pietro Segal. And they've actually gone back to the first video board. We're trying to keep on top of this here, but there's a lot for them to watch.
So
this is incident 1. Possible lane change in the corner from outside to in is what they're looking at on Segal there.
And so what he's trying to do is just to put his hand down for a pivot, and you know, being honest, he is also trying to make some space for himself to sneak in. If China had left him even an inch of space, it might have worked.
And then the second one, look at that man, Brendan Corey, a possible illegal late pass going into that corner, and that's Corey who's just head down. Just moving on to whatever may be next, whether it's good news or bad news for him.
And that's all you can do as an athlete. Success is not always winning. Success is feeling proud of your effort. I know every single athlete in this arena has had events that they've won and not felt great about it, and races that they've lost and couldn't be more proud.
I was pointing out incident 1, and there's incident 2. And this one is already taking a bit of time. The first race of the day, already plenty to talk about. First race of the afternoon, rather.
The next semifinal of skaters are out on the ice, moving around, keeping warm, testing their equipment.
It's not terribly cold in the building. We're hovering around the freezing mark outside, and it's the wind that gets you here right now in Beijing. So the building itself is not terribly cool, though. On the ice, it's a little bit, but I'm not sure what having the extra fans here. You might know more about that, having more fans in the building, in a warm building.
That's right. So the temperature of the ice is mostly impacted by the compressors underneath its surface. However, the humidity in the air does impact the ice. It's not so much the warmth, it's the humidity that will make ice soft.
All of us breathing in here, that will add to that as well. So they are now punching in the results. And then if there is nobody penalized, they may or may not make the announcement, but if there is, it looks like there's a lot of paperwork to do, so it looks like there might be some explanations going in there. Fans of the Liu family.
Beijing being a well-known venue for the sport of short track. A really great setup here. The host hotel is actually just across the street. And it's very common on World Tour stops for the host hotel to be far from the rink, which is a true disadvantage for athletes, having a 30-minute bus ride either direction every time they want to skate. In this instance, you can go up and over the bridge, be here in just about 5 minutes.
And we are being told that potentially there are 3 separate calls, of course 3 separate incidents, but that not necessarily means anything action is going to be taken, but we were told that maybe there are 3 different calls coming up, and so I'm not going to say it. We will throw it down to the referee at ice level.
After review, we have penalty for number 11, Italy, advancement number 25 from People's Republic of China to final B. And we have a penalty for number 36 from Australia, and a penalty for number 19 from Latvia, and number 8 from Belgium advanced final B.
And so there you go. did you get that? What you do need to know is Pietro Siegel, Robert Kreuzbergs, and Brendan Corey all penalized. Dennis Nikisha of sprinting fame will be in a 1500 meter A final. And then Stan Desmet and Li Wenlong will be in the B final. And so here you'll get a look at the rulings. Lane change outside Indy, talked about that. He's just trying to get position, but you can't really squeeze in there. There's no room.
There's no room, and that's good strategy by the Chinese athlete. You are supposed to stick to the skater in front of you like glue, unless you're preparing to set up a pass.
And then here is the illegal late pass, kind of diving into the corner there, and that moved Kreuzbergs kind of out of position.
Great opportunity there for Nikisha. It's how he got up into fourth in the first place.
He crossed the line third, and there is the bump, lane change, and that's throughout Stan Desmet, but of course that wasn't in an advancement position, so that's how he was advanced into the B final. Got it? Good.
Got it? Good.
So there is all of that right now. And wait, we still have one more 1500 meter heat or semifinal to go. And they're already on the line. We'll run through the order once they start. Now there's Michał Niewinski is still taking his time. But they are lining up. There are 3 Ice Maples, 2 Lions, a Gladiator, a Hussar, and Liu Jianshuo, the Ice Chilin.
Go to the start. Ready.
8 skaters on the line, Catherine, and that's because Liu Jianshuo was advanced out of the repechage. He took a hard hit into the boards, was grabbing his shoulder or collarbone area. He was back on the ice for a 500 meter, and here he is at the front of semifinal number 3.
And that is a good move by Liu to get to the front. We have a Polish Hussar coming around.
And Niewinski, another one of those guys who you might think maybe 500 or 1,000 more is thinking. I was shaking the head from him coming out of the corner. I'm not sure what that was. But yeah, he does have a World Tour medal in the 1,000 from Montreal. And now Niewinski really, you want to get the big results in the events you're most comfortable with. And here he is on course to potentially get a good helping of World Tour points in one that maybe not to his strength.
And to be honest, there are probably 5 athletes in this race that are capable of moving on. There's only 2 spots. Of course, there are 2 more spots for that B final, but there will be athletes here deserving of the next round who don't get to skate.
William Dongeneau. Oh yeah, we forgot about him, the Crystal Globe leader, a man who went 2 for 2 in Montreal in this distance. He already has one rival, one very close rival, Park Ji-won, because he won the Crystal Globe boulder, and down goes one of the Lion skaters. And again, I think he was on his own.
That does seem to be happening a lot this weekend, specifically to the male skaters, a little more than on the female side.
Dongeneau, change of venue. See if he gets the same results. He also has Felix Roussel and Steven Dubois there. And his teammates in the race, they're a bit further back right now, but Dubois moving up.
Dongeneau starting to pick up the pace, doing a progressive, and even pulling a gap.
It is Itzhak Dalat really struggling to keep contact right now. And I noticed Michał Niewinski starting to breathe a little more labored. It gets a little tougher at the bell. William Dongeneau, master class. Absolutely dominant, well out in front. And look at this. It is Felix Roussel and Steven Dubois, second and third. Ice Maples unfazed by the new venue. We have to wonder, what did home ice do for them? Well, through that, look at that. 1, 2, and 3 in semifinal number 3. We'll see how of course, there were different advancements, and that last race sort of threw a wrench into the whole time qualifier thing. So we'll see how it all plays out, but couldn't have scripted a better result for the men in the Maple Leaf.
Now, from what I can tell here, looking at our monitor, there wasn't really any pressure being put on the Dutch Lion. Seems that the ice did break out.
And it was Jens Van 't Wout going down too.
Donjanu comes up to the front, makes it look so easy, so smooth, checking over his shoulder, who's behind me?
And it is going to be Donjanu and Roussel advancing. Dubois does not get the third time. That will go to Miyata Shogo. And so Dubois, Natalini, and Itzhak Dalat will go to the B final. There you have it, Donjanu, Roussel shaping up Ice Maples. They'll be back pretty quickly. We do the women's thousands, and then these guys are right back on for the medal races and the B final as well. And we will have another battle, another chapter in the Park Donjanu Crystal Globe battle. Of course, there are other people involved, but you're looking at the current leader and the only other guy who's ever won one, at least I am right now. Women's 1,000-meter quarterfinals now up. 4 heats, top 2 from each, and a maximum of 2 of the fastest third-place skaters qualify for the semis. And there you have for a quarterfinal. Just look at that. Choi Min-jong, Michelle Velzeboer, Zhang Chutong, Kim Gilly, and Wang Ye.
Ready.
Gone are the days. Some of the former skaters who have become coaches were saying gone are the days where you get to the semis and you look, do I have the better semifinal? And this is a quarterfinal, and it's already loaded with talent.
They're all hard at this point, especially with this new World Tour racing format. We are no longer on the old format, which divided the field. People could choose the distances they wanted to specialize in. Now, we are in a new format where there's a little bit of specialization, but for the most part, you're seeing the best of the best in every distance.
And if you want to win the Crystal Globe, you have to do every event. And it is Choi Min-jong on the front. Wang Ye, the World Junior champion.
3 wide coming down the straightaway.
All the while, Michelle Velzeboer is there. Sorry, Catherine.
Well, they all tuck in with no contact. That's incredible.
And she just did it again, slotting into second place.
And this is what we see in the higher level races, is that you don't have to make contact to kind of mess a skater up around you. An idea of an advanced skater, they can move, they can flow and avoid that contact and keep their speed throughout the race.
Choi Min-jong did win 1,000 meters number 2 in Montreal. She makes the move around Michelle Velzeboer at the bell. And she is followed by Kim Gi-lee, and I don't think the lungs will have it. It is going to be just like in the men's 1,500 meters. White Tigers 1 and 2. And again, one was a clean race from the looks of things, and all smiles from the team that will be hosting the next World Tour stop in about a week's time. And at 1:29.92. Unofficially, Michelle Velzeboer's time. They do always adjust that just a little bit.
Smart skating here, not forcing a move up to the front. But at any time you see the pack skating 2 or 3 skaters wide, there's always a risk there for a fall.
That was when they went 4 through the corner, and that's when Velzeboer, I think, snuck up into second place.
A clean move up the inside and way to tuck back in front of the Chinese long.
But then in the end, those 2 teammates into the semis. It's all confirmed. Michelle Velzeboer 1:29.892. We'll watch to see if that time holds up. That was 1 of 4. Already on the ice sheet number 2 has, once again, 3 Canadian ice maples. Danae Blais, Courtney Sereau, Florence Brunel, and there's also Kamila Stormovska of the Polish Hussars, and Elisa Confortola of the Italian Gladiators.
It can be rare to see 2 skaters from the same country in a race, and here we go. We've seen 3 skaters from the same country in the same race on the men's and women's side for the Canadian Ice Maples.
Fortola, usually one of those reliable members of the Italian relay squads whenever she gets in. was a flag bearer for Italy at the 2020 Youth Olympic Games in Lausanne, but now she's just surrounded by ice maples right now. It's the Canadians, internal battle at the front.
Sereau finally tucking in to second. And if I'm Florence Brunel, I am thinking I want to be up there with my teammates. The pace is slowing down. It's a good time to make a move.
Stormovska taking a look actually around Brunel right now. Sereau, of course, returning to the circuit, missing the first 2 stops in her home country, recovering from concussion. It's Danae Blais, Courtney Sereau, Lisa Confortola, 1, 2, and 3 at the moment.
Brunel closing that gap, building her speed. Oh, a little bobble there on the ice.
Oh, and there's a collision at the back. And Confortola also looked to be a close diving in on the corner there, but she comes through unscathed. It is Stormovska and Brunel who went into each other there, but now it's still 2 ice maples off the front at the bell. Danae Blais and Courtney Sereau staying safe and secure together. Sereau making a late move up the inside. Confortola will try to see if she can get that 3rd place time. That incident is being looked at, but it is near the back, so if there were to be any penalizations, not that there will be, but there would not likely be any advancements.
Correct. We are seeing 1 yellow dot at the bottom of the screen, so there's definitely something to review, but again,
it's just 2 skaters who just get tangled up from the looks of things.
potentially when you get tangled, sometimes that can be blades clicking, but since it does not clearly impact, yes,
right
blades.
Two blades.
Yep. Since it doesn't affect the impact of the race, they may not. We'll see. We'll see what they decide to do with that.
Our referees are already back in the middle of the ice, and so I'm not sure they've liaised with the review room. I'm sure, well, they have a headset, so I'm sure they have, but all these skaters are still on the ice. Oh, they're just waiting for Brunel to finish before blowing the whistle. The 2 ice maples through to the semis, and Courtney Sereau on her return, getting through another round. So as always, they go and put water back in the corners, fix up any divots that may have been created during the race. There you go. No decision, no discipline will be handed out, since it was 2 skaters clicking blades and they were both behind the leaders. So Sereau and Blais 1 and 2. Confortola at 1:29.460. That is faster than Michelle Velzebour's time. Heat number 3 as the elder Velzebour, Sandra, the current Crystal Globe leader, the great Ariana Fontana, Kristen Santos Griswold, Shim Soo-ki, and Hidai Ami. I mean, I won't get over this. This is a quarterfinal, and look at some of the names.
That's a semi right there. That's as challenging as a semifinal. And you know what? It's actually, in my opinion and in my experience, it's actually really fun when you have a race this hard, because you can't really plan for it. It becomes a true speed skaters race. You're reacting, you're relying on your instincts, and that is what speed skating is all about.
Velzebour, one of the best starters in the world in the 500 meters. What tactic she deploys here. Velzebour won 1,000 in Montreal. Kristen Santos Griswold is the world champion in the 1,000. Ariana Fontana in this sport almost needs no introduction. But you never know. The 2 skaters at the back, of course, very, very skilled as well. And Shim Soo-ki and Hidai. I mean, you can never discount them, but we're all watching the 3 at the front right now.
And these are all very powerful skaters, especially keeping your eyes on Ariana Fontana. She's quick.
Fontana does a lot of her training in Canada. She was not there in week number 1. She was there in week number 2. Of course, if you watch any of the ISU Speed Skating World Cup circuit, oh yeah, she's also been doing that too lately, with her home country set to host the Olympics in, I guess it's under a year and a half now. We'll see what she opts to do. She has accomplishments to take up an arm's length. But it's Sandra Velzebor taking the front right now.
And Kristen Santos Griswold doing exactly what she needs to do, but she gets to be ready for Ariana Fontana building here on the outside.
At the back, Hidai, there's nobody around her to worry about. She has a chance to build up a head of steam, but we're running out of time here. At the bell, it's Sandra Velzebor in front. Fontana makes the move for second, and down goes Santos Griswold. 3 skaters down. And it's Velzebor and Hidai Ami crossing 1 and 2. So that time, there was contact.
There certainly was, and without having seen a review, I do think Kristen did the right thing there, defending her spot. We see a beautiful pass from Velzebor here, just squeaking up the inside.
And this is the late move around the corner. Santos Griswold, she can't get her hand down, and then Shim Soo-ki and Fontana all go down as well.
So Shim Soo-ki not being in qualifying position, no reason to expect an advancement there. The call will definitely be between Ariana Fontana and Santos Griswold.
What's interesting is when Santos Griswold won her 1,000-meter World Championships, she piled into the corner. Also with another Korean skater, that was Kim Gi-lee. And so 3 skaters down in that incident, 3 skaters down in this one as well. So we will see, we're looking at possible failure to give way by Santos Griswold there, but they're also looking at several different angles of that. So,
and I can see what they're seeing there. Griswold does lean into the corner, but
they're also looking at that the other way as well.
The other way. Because here's the thing, if you're going to turn around the corner, you have to lean into the corner. And it's very challenging to say, was that a failure to give way, or is that, I mean, we have to get around the track.
That is potentially both of them being looked at, both or one of them. The way they are getting to work there. You heard the ovation. The final heat has one more Chinese lung to compete, one more hope for them to move into the semifinals. That is Gong Li.
And one interesting thing here we're seeing on the replay is that Ariana Fontana, she did have her shoulders by going into the corner, and that can be a kind of a clue to the other skater. Once the passing skater's shoulders are even, technically that means they have equal right away, and somebody's got to give. So we'll have to wait to see the official decision. Both skaters doing something smart, both skaters having an opportunity to learn what can we do better next time.
So they are still watching. I'll run through the next start list really quickly. The other USA Eagle, Corin Stoddart, already off to a pretty good start this year as well, creating a real good 1-2 punch on that USA Eagle side. Hannah Desmet already also has a World Tour victory as well this season. That was in a 1,500 meters in weekend number 2 in Montreal. Gong Li, as I mentioned, of the Chinese lungs, Gloria Ioriatti of the Italian Gladiators, and Dita Van Oerschoot, who came through the repechage this morning.
We're seeing some Chinese fans here in the stadium, and worth noting, exiting the rink last night, not even a medal contending day, fans lining the walkway out of the rink all the way to the overpass to the hotel, even more fans in the lobby waiting for autographs.
Yeah, there was a cordoned off area for people to wait to see if they could flag any athletes to come by for autographs. And there's the incident again, and not sure what, because Santos Griswold couldn't reach and went down. I'm not sure what knocked Fontana off balance there. Might have just been the contact.
She's stuck on her left heel. Watch, her shoulders come inside her hip. She sits back on the left heel, and her butt goes down into a twist.
There you go, and she did. She spun around like a top there.
Like a top.
But I chuckle, but it's because everybody's okay, so we can laugh it off.
And if you're watching at home, it's so important for the shoulders and the hips to be square. If your square opens out towards the pads, you're likely to fall. If you go in, I mean, it's very finite. It has to be just this one way. Any twist in the shoulders and hips, hey, physics doesn't work that way.
Physics remains unbeaten. And so results have been made in the end. Let's just see here. It is, as always, when we look at either one of them being investigated, there is always the possibility for shared responsibility, and we'll throw down the floor.
The decision is no penalty due to shared responsibility between skater number 2 from the USA and number 105 from Italy.
And so there you go. Both of them were reviewed, and in the end, it is shared responsibility. And we sort of looked at several different things. He mentioned the shoulders. He mentioned Santos Cruzzo trying to keep her place, and in the end, they say, well, both.
Yes, and the one really, maybe suffering from that being Shim Soo-ki. There's really nothing that she could do. People falling down in front of her. And it wasn't direct contact. It was that same kind of twisting thing. She couldn't avoid them. She had to separate her shoulders and hips. There's nothing she could have done.
And the dangers of not being in one of the advancement positions. She will not, but Hirai Ami will see her in the semis. There you go, heat number 4 in the quarterfinals. Stoddart, Desmet, Gong, Yoriati, and Van Oerschaut.
Go to the start. Ready.
Good opportunity. Dita Van Oerschaut doesn't turn 21 until December 11th, so great experience for the youngster getting the opportunity here. No Suzanne Schulting, no Selma Poutsma for the Dutch Lions, and so her and Zoe Deltrap getting some good experience here. But it's Stoddart, the Eagles on the front.
Great power move up to the front by Corinne Stoddart. Now what you're seeing here is that everyone still has their hands on their back. Swinging the arm gives a little bit more power, maybe a little more foot speed. Stoddart using that to her advantage to stay in front.
And she puts the hands right on the back, bottling things up, almost a little accordion effect. Now she takes off again a little bit.
And what she's doing is she's accelerating out of her corners and then slowing down that pace just a touch in the straightaway. That creates a high-intensity interval workout within the workout, which is the race.
Stoddart in front. She went 2 for 2 in the 1,000 meters in Montreal. Desmet had 3 medals in Montreal, 2 in the 15, 1 in the 500. It's Stoddart keeping them at bay for now. Desmet trying to move into second. Down goes Gong.
Smart by Corinne Stoddart. She keeps checking over her shoulders on the corner, exits. Now she's got her eyes on the prize, staying focused around the last lap.
Stoddart in front. Desmet, that incident will be looked at. Yoriati up into third, and Corinne Stoddart in the end skates that one well, holds them off, and I don't think she will be looked at for anything. Can count on being in the semis.
So really beautiful form here by Corinne Stoddart. We talk about the shoulders and the hips needing to line up, but also nose over toes is a common alignment that we see in short track. Hana Desmet coming up the inside. Shoulders are even, but I don't know that that was a fully completed pass.
Yeah, they're saying a possible lane change inside to out there. And yeah, she's never shy of making the moves. It does come back to haunt every now and again.
Now, fortunately for the Chinese long, Li Gong, she is in qualifying position when that happens. So if there's a penalty, there's an opportunity there for an advancement.
So Stoddart, Desmet, Yoriati on the line. The review has been done. I believe they have moved over to the results board. And then it's time to get back to the 1,500 meters, just like that. But first we'll see what they decide. Results have been determined, and there is an announcement from ice level.
After review, we have a penalty for skater number 4 for Belgium and advanced skater number 17 for the People's Republic of China.
There you go, the home crowd roars. Gong Li advanced to the semis. Corinne Stoddart will go, as will Gloria Yoriati. Desmet with the penalty. And we'll get a review, and they'll have that graphic explaining why.
There's a penalty to Hana Desmet in the street. Lane change.
And there it is, the lane change inside to out. Gong was sitting in second, and there is the incident right there. So a little bit of a different situation now that we are into final time, as you see who qualified for the women's 1,000-meter semifinals. We start with the B final. There's a little bit of pageantry to come. We'll see if they do the introducing each athlete. I wouldn't see why they wouldn't. And then it'll be the big show for the A final. But this one, always important to get as many points towards the Crystal Globe. There's the start list. Emons, Hyo, Dubois, Natalini, Delat, Lee, and Desmet. So the only team with 2 entrants are the Dutch Lions. Let's throw it down for introductions.
Position number 2 from USA, Andrew Hill. Position number 3 from Canada, Stephen Dubois. Position number 4 from Italy, Thomas Natalini. Position number 5 from Netherlands, Ejek Delat. Position number 6 from China, Li Wenhong. Position number 7 from Belgium, Desmet.
There's Stan Desmet. 11th in the Crystal Globe standings coming in. 2 Dutch Lions, an eagle, gladiator, a lung, and a ice bear.
Go to the start. Ready.
There's always the love about any final. There's no worries about potential time moving on. It's all just about the racers around you. And that usually means this in the 1,500 meters. The chess match beginning.
And again, this is personally my favorite part of the sport. Sometimes it's the strongest athletes that win, but sometimes it's the smartest. And as we watch the race starting out slow, they're not fully compressed into their skating position at this point. You're seeing everyone sitting up a little high, not a lot of bend in the knees. As they get faster, they will compress their bodies down to the ice, and that helps increase the speed.
And you might have noticed no Stephen Dubois. He did not make the start line, just listed as a DNS here. I imagine he'll be back in the semifinals for the relay. Also, he has the 500 meters to worry about, so maybe sacrificing a few of the Crystal Globe points to aim for bigger ones in the other races.
And now we have the 2 Dutch Lions in the front. So again, remember, 2 countries together can be dangerous. China either wants all the way up front or maybe split them in the middle.
And Li Wenlong goes to the front. Andrew Hyo also cycling around as really the pace starts to pick up. Hyo just glides around the corner, didn't take a stride into it at all.
It is important to manage your speed after a pass. Unless you're trying to go out front and space the pack out, you want to actually kill your speed a little bit so that we can keep the momentum of the race going.
Desmet in his specialty, the 1,500 meters, the 26-year-old from Duffel in Belgium. And now it is the veteran, it's Zach Delat coming to the front, followed closely by his teammate, Friso Emons. He'll be at home in February when we get to Tilburg for stop number 5 on the World Tour, but he's worried about right now Delat, Desmet, and Emons. It's all the low countries in front right now.
Emons having a great time tucking there into 3rd.
And inside, 3 to go. It's Desmet leading the way. Here comes the gladiator. It is Thomas Natalini. Still Stan Desmet holding them off. There are 4 guys queuing up right behind him. Natalini's coming. Emons is coming. Delat is still trying. It's Desmet right now. Little wobble coming out of the corner. How much speed does that cost? Is it Natalini with the window? Thomas Natalini will take the B final.
Tremendous skating by Thomas Natalini. That's called a wide track. You just stay on the outside of the pack and keep crossing over.
Notice that little wobble coming out of the corner. It cost some speed for Desmet. Wasn't able to recover. Natalini spotted it well and jumped right on it.
So really smooth skating by Itzhak Dalat, really courageous to be up front, leading, especially with his teammate right behind. I did anticipate them trying to skate together from the front. However, sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. Look at that. Thomas Natalini even taking a bump from the Chinese skater, staying wide, continuing to move his feet through the apex block, carrying speed through the entry. Good form there, getting the hand down. That creates space, makes it look easy.
And Natalini. Healthy dose of points going to him in the Crystal Globe. Takes the B final. And now just about ready as we see the results. I'm curious to see how this will happen in Montreal. The lights went down for the introductions and we let them do that there, and so we'll see how that happens. They brought the Crystal Globe trophy out onto the ice in Montreal too. Each place they can add their own little personal touch to the introductions. And we'll see how they do it here. Here's how they got to the final. It was Jungsun Wu, Park Ji-won, Miata Shogo, William Dangenou, Felix Roussel, Sun Long, and Dennis Nikisha. The lights go down. Time for the introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the men's 1500 meters final A. Let's welcome the skaters. 女士们、先生们，即将进行的是男子1500米决赛，让我们欢迎运动员入场。Condition number 1， 1号位 Korean White Tigers， 来自韩国姜顺武。Condition number 2， 2号位 Korean White Tigers， 来自韩国帕金武。Condition number 3， 3号位 Japanese Ninjas， 来自日本 Shugo Miyata。Condition number 4， 4号位 Canadian Ice Makers， 来自加拿大 William 任继路。Condition number 5， 5号位 Canadian Ice Makers， 来自加拿大 Felix Roussel。Condition number 6， 6号位 Chinese Lungs， 来自中国孙龙。Condition number 7， 7号位 Kazakh Nomads， 来自哈萨克斯坦 Dennis Nikisha。
Chance to see a little bit of the personality there and a nice new look at the Kazakh Nomads kit, making its debut this weekend. And what a moment that would be if it makes a debut with a podium finish.
I'm sure a podium finish is on everyone's mind. Part of being a great athlete is believing that you're a great athlete. Every single competitor on the ice right now is thinking, I got this.
There it is, Jungsun Wu, Park Ji-won, Miata Shogo, William Dangenou, Felix Roussel, Sun Long, Dennis Nikisha. 7 skaters for the first medals from World Tour stop number 3 here in Beijing.
Go to the start. Ready.
A couple of skaters gonna have the chance to pick up their first medals of the World Tour season. For Miyata, that would be the first individual medal for the Ninjas. The Nomads have not medaled just yet, and it was just 3 medals for the Chinese Lungs in Canada over 2 weekends. Of course, we kept saying the Canadian Maples on the podium time and again.
And the Ice Maples setting up a great strategy here, going 1 and 2. They will try to stay like that throughout the race. You can also bet that the Korean White Tigers are going to try to line up 1 and 2 at some point.
Currently, they're sort of sandwiched in between each other, and second and third is the Crystal Globe holder and the pretender for the crown at the moment, but the man in the lead. Just watch these two, see how they stick together. Park and Donjanu. Sun Long, also the world champion, going around to the lead as we start to wind things up.
Smooth move by Long, chucking into second, but it doesn't last.
Roussel had to miss those world championships, picking up an injury in training. Back looking to join the medal bonanza for the Canadian Ice Maples so far. Not to be outdone, Miyata Shogo going right up to the front.
A tremendous outside pass directly to an inside pass by Miyata.
And Donjanu, it was the case in Montreal. Once he decided to hit the front, it was almost unbeatable. Little trouble there, and then he got caught up behind Miyata. That really took some speed out.
Miyata purposefully cut him off. That was great defense.
Miyata holding things up quick through the legs. Look who's coming, Donjanu and Park, as we go inside, 4 to go. And Park hits the front. Donjanu now having to chase, maybe Miyata still there in second. Now we come up to 2. Donjanu tries to make the move for second. He's trying to chase down Park. Park still off in front. Now the defense begins at the bell. Park Ji-won, he came second to Donjanu at the first weekend in Montreal. Now Park Ji-won, can he come back? Park Ji-won strikes back in Beijing. Oh goodness.
Wow.
They two collide. I missed Roussel going down there on the last corner. I was focused on the front. Donjanu and Park colliding after the race. It almost came down to it. You almost would have liked Donjanu's leg length to get that at the photo, but it was still Park, I believe.
Photo finish between Sun Long and the White Tiger Zhang, and it looks like
Love to see it. Donjanu.
Sportsmanship. I just love that.
Donjanu helping him up. Of course, these guys know each other so well, and you're in close company. You have to ultimately take care of each other.
And there's a mutual respect here. Each athlete out here has different strengths, different weaknesses, and there's an absolute respect and camaraderie between competitors within the sport.
And just waiting, what could be a bronze medal for the Lungs? He seems to be confident. He's giving a thumbs up to the crowd here. And yeah. And then whoops.
And that's actually a really impressive move there by William Donjanu to be down and then hop right back up and use that right inside edge. Oh, wow.
Results are confirmed. That is the difference for bronze as the crowd goes up. Sun Long has the home side on the board in Beijing. So, Park Ji-won, William Donjanu, and Sun Long, the first podium for World Tour stop number 3. Photo finish for gold, photo finish for bronze. But Park was not giving up his Crystal Globe without a fight. There are the results. Zhang in 4th, Miyata in 5th, Nikisha in 6th, and Roussel, who took a tumble there on the last turn, in 7th. And so they move quickly here. We'll throw it right down. You say there's the fanfare.
There will be, hey, if it's how I remember, there's a little fanfare, and it lets you know you did something right.
And it lets us know, there we go, it will be time to throw it down to the ice for the medal presentations.
And this is something relatively new in the ISU, how they're doing the medal ceremony on the ice immediately after the race. I think, it's probably been a couple cycles by now, but I remember the days when they'd save everything for the end of the day and there wouldn't be as much fan support as you see now, doing the medals immediately after the races are finished.
Donjanu needs a new podium jacket. That might be the delay. Or no, they've got it set up in the corner. It's all choreographed here. They all need to know what to do. There are a couple people holding the medals. And here we go. The graphics up. We'll go silent now as they take the victory ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the men's 1500 meters at the ISU Short Track World Tour Beijing, China 2024 to 2025。女士们、先生们，2024至2025赛季国际马联短道速滑世界巡回赛北京站男子1500米颁奖仪式现在开始。Medals will be presented by the chief referee, Mr. Balazs Colbert。为获奖运动员颁奖的是裁判长巴拉兹科维尔。In third place and winner of the bronze medal from China, representing the Chinese Longs, 孙龙。获得头牌的是来自中国的孙龙。孙龙。In second place and winner of the silver medal from Canada, representing the Canadian ice papers, William Dangino。获得银牌的是来自加拿大的威廉·丹吉鲁。William Dangino. In first place and winner of the gold medal from Korea Republic, representing the Korean White Tigers, Park Ji-won。获得金牌的是来自韩国的朴智元。Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. 女士们、先生们，让我们再一次把掌声送给获奖运动员。
A look at the podium. Park Ji-won, William Donjanu, and Sun Long standing there for the photos. And the battle for the Crystal Globe tightens up just a little bit, although if you're William Donjanu, if you're going to not win a race to your closest rival, you might as well come second and really limit that points loss.
Absolutely, and here's the thing, that it's, again, there's camaraderie here, there's respect. Some of my favorite races were against people who I knew were going to challenge me to be at my best, and that's what we're seeing here. It's okay if the best trades off from week to week. They're sharpening themselves, getting better and better, all the way up to world champs.
So yeah, after Donjanu built up that pretty large lead in week number 1, he is still sitting on 580 points, so it's a good margin for him. Park Ji-won sitting in second. Pietro Segal was not in either the A or the B final, so he sits in third on 333. So not a huge points loss for Donjanu, still holding a pretty good lead, but of course lots more racing to come this weekend, next weekend, and then again in February. So that takes us to our first ice resurfacing break. You see when we'll resume in about 12 minutes time. keep an eye on keep the channel up as you watch today's action. This first break will have a look back at those first 2 Montreal World Tour stops. Lots more to come from here in Beijing. After a few weeks away, the best in the world of short track are back in action. Welcome to Beijing, the capital indoor arena for round 3 of the ISU Short Track World Tour. Once again, Gavin Day here to guide you through the weekend. Alongside me, a new face for some of you, Catherine Reuter-Adamek. You may remember her, a 2-time Winter Olympic medalist from the 2010 Olympics in Vancouver. She will be the analyst for the weekend. But before we get to the action this weekend, let's take a look back at 2 memorable weekends in Montreal. First final of the short track World Tour era.
Dongenou looking to take the first gold of the World Tour. William Dongenou stumbles. Does he hang on? There it is. It's Dongenou.
Nice inside maneuver.
And it's going to be Sandra Velzebor.
I felt just really in control and was really good. Yeah, I was so happy.
The Ice Maples, 1-2, and Dongenou, now he has a chance to fly.
Back-to-back gold medals, Dongenou.
Feels great. I mean, especially in Montreal in front of my home crowd.
And the Dutch Lions got down, but Kim Boutin is going to cross the line first for the Ice Maples.
We got a penalty for Team Canada.
Women's relay gold goes to the Gladiators.
Getting gold is a feeling that I cannot even describe.
Oh, and there's a big move that takes out both North American side. It's going to be the Dutch Lions taking the win here. Kim Gill-Lee, one on the helmet, one at the line.
월드 투어 첫 금메달이어서 너무 행복하고 좋습니다.
Sandra Velzebor in already with an early advantage. Santos Griswold is the line! Oh my! Jens van het Wout, Dutch Lions roar for gold.
It's amazing, but now switch the mentality, get ready for the relay.
William Dongenou as the Ice Maples standing tall in Montreal.
Our team is pretty disgusting, having 4 guys in the top 7 in the world.
Big personalities, big moment, big final. Dongenou to go 2 for 2 at home, and he does.
And he's flying.
It's going to be Choi Min-jong taking this one.
Wow.
It's Dubois. He's going to finish on top of the podium on this week.
We're in business. 1-2 just like we did last weekend.
The Canadian Ice Maples going for the win.
And it was really important for me to make sure I'll see the opportunities when they come, and I feel like that's exactly what I did in that race.
Chance for Dongenou to go 2 for 2 at home, and he does.
And he's flying.
just need to hang on, and it will be the Ice Maples starting off with a gold medal.
Yeah, that's so cool. I feel like we are ready. We wanted the goal, and then that was the plan.
Desmet inside. Is it Hannah Desmet? She's going to go first.
There's so much going on. You just have to be in the front and try to get ahead of it.
It's going to take a whole lot to try to pass William Donjanu. Jung taking a look. I don't think he has it. William Donjanu, of course it is. Battle for second was on, but all the while it is an orange blur on the front. Sandra Velzebor does it again. It is going to be relay dominance for the Ice Maples.
It's amazing, man. We unbeaten at home. Doesn't get it better than this.
So many storylines coming out of those 2 weekends in Montreal, namely the Canadian Ice Maples topping the Team Crystal Globe standings. Now, Catherine, a lot of that was in part to relay success, men's, women's, and mixed for them.
Yes, we're seeing a really deep Canadian team this year, as well as every other year. The Canadians are well known, not just their national team is talented. They have a B team, a farm team that can easily step up and help in any situation. And when you come from a team with that much depth in the country, your best of best, they tend to perform well in those team events.
And certainly benefiting from home ice as well. Now on to the individual men's Crystal Globe standings. William Donjanu, about a perfect couple of weekends in Montreal as you can get. The big questions now in Beijing is whether he can continue that, and how can he continue that?
The best way he can continue that is to be perfect with his pre-race routine. He's traveled from Canada here to Beijing, so he's going through a time change, he's going through a change in schedule, a change in food, a change in training environment. So he needs to get back to his groove as fast as possible. He'll be looking at some really steep competition from the Chinese athletes here who are at their home rink, their home ice, no time change, no travel. So that's what he's up against.
Now on the women's side, there was a little more parity there, some different athletes coming up for wins, but Sandra Velzebor, a pair of 500-meter victories, a win in the 1,000 meters as well. What kind of form is she riding coming in here?
Zandra in particular, you can't tell she just traveled. Her form, her technique is on point. Her speed, her timing's looking great. So I do anticipate a strong performance this weekend. But same idea, she has a time change to recover from. There are athletes here who have been peaking for this event, and we'll just have to see who's the best on race day.
Talk is one thing, now it's time to see how the story will unfold from here in Beijing. There we go. Sorry, welcome back to the Beijing Indoor Stadium. ISU Short Track World Tour. Now, the second part of our program. More medals to be given out. We have to get to those races first, and that is the women's 1,000-meter semifinals. 2 heats, first and second from each race, and up to 1 third-place skater will move to the A final, and then the sort out the rest for the B final to see how many they can fit in there. And then we have the men's 500-meter quarterfinals, and then these skaters will be right back out again. And you've talked to us a bit before, so these skaters who will qualify for the A final, they'll be out in pretty short order, even less time for the B final. So what are they going to do once they step on the ice?
Well, since they've stepped off the ice, they've been going through a full post-race routine. They've done their jogging, they've done their stretching, they've seen their physio, they've talked to their coach, and they've had their equipment checked. You can imagine that's a lot of things to do in a small amount of time. And then as soon as they get back to the heat box, what I'd be doing if I was in those shoes, I'd be taking some deep breaths. I'd be coming into more of like a meditative, zen-like state, trying to wipe the slate clean. Whether you had a good result or a bad result, that is in the past. It's time to start over, start fresh.
And heat number 1 out on the ice. It will feature 2 of the Ice Maples, the 2 who made it through the quarters. It's Courtney Sereau, Danae Blais. There's also Choi Min-jong, Elisa Confortola, and Hidai Ami, the Japanese veteran. 27 years old, so she's been around in this sport. We see a lot of 21, 22, 23. Tribute to staying healthy in a sport where that's always a challenge.
Staying healthy is the hardest part, because even though a lot of these distances are considered sprint or power distances, the athletes train as if this is an endurance sport, and that's because over the course of 3 days, this is an endurance event. There are so many races with such little rest in between races that you have to train at a very high volume. That's what will get those older athletes. It's hard to recover as fast. However, sometimes it's the smartest athlete that wins, the one who knows how to listen to their body, how to take sets off when they need time away, and how to really put the pedal to the metal when they're ready for an intense performance.
Let's look at Elisa Confortola, and there is Danae Blais in helmet number 10. It's her teammate, Courtney Sereau, next to her.
Ready.
This last season, it was Blais picking up her first individual World Cup medal. It was a 1,000-meter silver in Montreal on home ice, the second weekend there.
And Blais wanting to take the lead, Sereau taking it right back.
The 2 Ice Maples, they know how each other skate. They spend so much time on the ice together. Elisa Confortola trying to break that up a little bit. It's the 2 Canadians going very much shoulder to shoulder there for a moment. Confortola into second, just to check her speed a little bit.
Everyone in this pack knows that when Choi Min-jung comes around the corner, she's going to come like she means it. She's going to come fast, and it's not going to be stoppable. So that's why we're seeing so many skaters race for that first spot. Since they're only taking 2, you need to be in first so that when Choi comes, you're still in qualifying position.
Choi had a 2-medal weekend at Montreal, number 2, winning the 1,000, second in the 500. Right at the moment, it's the Ice Maple wall in front. As we come up to 2 to go, Blais, Sereau leading the way, Choi in third. Now it is the time that Catherine talked about.
Blais doing the right thing, staying on a tight track. If someone's going to pass her, it'll have to be on the outside.
And it is Choi now with the big enough advantage that she can take a moment to come over the line. The Canadians battling for second. And Sereau got her foot out first. Did Blais maybe miss the timing?
I don't know that Blais missed the timing. She may have missed the track. And I will say, when you're skating a tight track, that is the hardest option on your legs. It's also the hardest option for maintaining speed. So potentially she had done that tight track so many laps in a row that she just couldn't hold it coming around the final turn.
So we know Choi, when she made the move, she then put a nice gap in front, and this is a look at the finish. Comfortable for her in the end. You talk a lot about patience, and that looked like it, because she was more than happy to watch them in front of her just battle it out until she decided it's my time for the race.
Absolutely. Choi Min-jung has a 5th gear that is not rivaled. She's truly impressive. When she decides it's time to go, she's gone.
Well, certainly someone who might also rival her to her own teammate, Kim Gi Lee, with the Crystal Globe helmet. And this also, there's a glimpse at the results. Choi Min-jung, Danae Blais, 128.356 the time for Soro if she wants to move into the finals. There is a look at heat number 2. Kim Gi-lee, the defending Crystal Globe winner. Sandra Velzeboer, the current Crystal Globe leader. Corinne Stoddart, who made 3 trips to the podium in Montreal. Gloria Yoriati, another one of the skaters who's always there or thereabouts. And then the hometown crowd favorite, Gong Li, in position 5.
Go to the start. Ready.
See who makes the dash to the corner, and as you can imagine, it's Velzeboer. She just likes it up there at the front. She does it so well in the 500 meters, but quickly concedes the lead to Kim.
And it's important to note here that Gong Li, she does have the lowest world rank in this race for the distance, but she's on her home ice in front of her home crowd. So I do expect at some point she'll try to make something happen.
And that place, this place will likely erupt. She tries to make her move, but some pretty top speed at the front right now. Saying that she might want to pass is one thing. Actually doing it is something completely different. It is Kim back in front right now, really squishy back there. All of them squeezed together into that corner.
And even though they are at a strong cruising pace, no one's really swinging their arms yet. Maybe 1 or 2 just to get some power through the corner. You know they're really opening up when those arms come off the back.
And Velzeboer taking a look up the inside. She makes that stick, and Kim is down to second. Stoddart, though, right there, ready to go. And there is Gong up to 4th.
And Stoddart nailing the timing on that. With Velzeboer and Kim fighting back and forth for position, that's opened the door for Corinne, but being on the outside is tough, and it looks like it might not work.
At the bell, Velzeboer and Kim. Stoddart still trying to go. Kim's taking a look. Gong also taking a look. Stoddart, no giving up from her. It's going to be Velzeboer, and who's second? It's Stoddart who takes it.
Sorry, I get excited, folks. I can't help it. That was a great finish. What I really was enjoying most about Corinne Stoddart finishes, she didn't take any pivots. She never paused on that right foot coming around the apex block. She just step, step, step. That's how you build speed. Being able to maintain your distance from the pack, it's an elite move.
And they do say it's a photo. I think we spotted it from here. We will get a look at that photo as well. But Stoddart, no giving up the fight from her. She was forced out wide, had to recover, and then reached at the line. And I think she outreached Kim.
And potentially Kim got caught up with Velzeboer trying to dive for the line. We'll have to wait and see. But here we go. Here's that buildup. She's using her hand on the inside to try to make space. It doesn't work. She gets bumped out. A lesser skater might tuck back in line, but not Corinne Stoddart.
That I don't think is the finish. There it is, and there is Stoddart in second by 11/100ths of a second, going on to the A final. And Kim does not have the time to move into the A final, so she will go for the B final. For chance for Sandra Velzeboer to put up some big points over her Crystal Globe rival, with Kim going to the B final. And so that means Courtney Soro does make it into the A final as the fastest third-place skater. So 2 Ice Maples, an opportunity for them. They did not pick up any individual medals in Montreal, so chance for them there. And there's a look at the B final as well, a couple of gladiators. And that is in, you don't have to wait that long, fortunately. It's for those of you who aren't very patient. Patience works out on the ice. Fans maybe not so much. I know I'm not patient when it's an event like this, but here we go with the quarterfinals in the men's 500 meters. So yeah, as we noticed, Dubois took a pass on the 1500 rather, B final. He is here, and so maybe a bit of strategy if you're looking for Crystal Globe standings, maybe saying, oh, I'll risk giving up those points so that he can get the big points in the 500 meters.
You know, and I truly don't know if that was the strategy, or like we said, the time between races is really short. Sometimes it is not possible to get your equipment checked in a short time. I've had that happen before. So it could be a simple mistake. It could have been strategy.
Go to the start. Ready.
So I imagine he'll be back to end things off as the anchor leg for the men's relay team. He's off. And the crowd roars for Sun Long on the podium not too long ago.
And we're seeing everyone on a wide track, lots of crossovers, building to top speed. Get ready for the passes to come.
Oleg Hyundai, the Wildcats, is there, and then two of the Dutch lines. Hyundai goes down, but it's still Dubois in front. Sun Long right on his tail now. Here come the Lions. Inside a lap to go. They're running out of time to move. It's still Dubois. He's taking a look. Sun Long taking a look, but Dubois holding him off. Dubois will take it to the line, and Sun Long in second.
Wow, great result for Sun Long here in front of his home crowd. Great leading by Steven Dubois. And as we mentioned, that wide track is most effective for building speed. It leaves the inside lane wide open, but if you're going fast enough, no one can get by anyway. He's already got his hands down on the ice. Cross, cross, cross. That is what we want in the sport. A little bobble there.
There was Hyundai. I think he went down on his own, almost too fast coming out of the turn and just couldn't hold it. But Dubois, or Sun rather, he also did the qualifiers in this yesterday, and he seems to be coming through with aplomb. We didn't actually go through how this will go. There's 4 heats, first 2 from each, and a maximum of 2 fastest third place skaters will go on to the semifinals. So if we're watching the third place time, that was Jens van het Wout, unofficially 40 seconds flat. They've updated it to 39.971. So that's 1 down.
And really fantastic skating by Jens van het Wout in that race. I don't know if you saw it, but he took 2 crossovers going into the corner off of an inside pass. That's incredible.
Heat number 2, DNA Cellier of the Polish Hussars. To get back on track, the man we just saw picking up a silver medal, William Dongenou. There's Kim Tai-sung of the White Tigers, Roberts Kreuzbergs of the Golden Stars, and Thomas Natalini. And since it is the 500 meters, probably after every race, we'll need some work by the esteemed ice maintenance crew, the stewards, who do a good job not only maintaining that ice, but also watching the lane marker too.
That's right, and what they're doing is they're filling in any grooves. Like, for example, if you see skaters kick out on the line, especially if that toe lifts up, the heel will dig into the ice and it'll create a groove in the ice. But then the ice maintenance crew has to go fill in with snow. Then they put water on top of the snow, and then they use a fire extinguisher to freeze the patch into place.
Is a look at Kim Tai-sung, and Dongenou out for more today. I don't know how that silver medal will taste in his mouth after he only relished, well, mostly gold. He was also silver in the 500 the second week, but it was to his own teammate. So I'm sure that tasted a little bit better than to his closest rival in the Crystal Globe.
And again, remember, whether you're coming off a good result or a poor result, a true top athlete wipes the slate clean. No one should be entering this race 2 up or 2 down. They're back to neutral, just focusing on doing their best.
Go to the start. Ready.
Mad dash into the corner, and it's Kim Tai-sung over Dongenou. Cellier, I think, thought better of diving in, and he sort of backtracked a little bit and slotted into third. The door open for Dongenou to get into the inside and into the lead.
And again, we're seeing those crossovers, impeccable timing around the apex block.
Coming up to the bell, Dongenou at the front. Catching him is one just possibility. Passing him is the whole other thing, and Dongenou really going just about wire to wire. Cellier goes down out of the corner, but it's Dongenou and Kim Tai-sung 1 and 2. Kreuzbergs made for third with a unofficially 40.09. That would put him second of the third place times out of 2. Kim won the race to the corner, but there's the opening on the inside there for Dongenou to go through.
And that's a perfect example of Kim is doing the right thing, taking that wide track, building up to speed. And even And even still, Danjanu has the speed it takes to cut up the inside and finish the pass.
There it was. Cellier spinning out, just on his own. Wasn't any contact there. So Kusbergs will watch and wait in third, but Danjanu comfortably, relatively into the semifinals. Yet another event, this time of the 500 meters, which what we would have said was maybe not his specialty a year ago, but he's showing that that really doesn't mean anything anymore.
And it's a sign of maturity in the sport. As you get older, you start to build your weaknesses up to the point where they match your strengths and become an all-around athlete.
Heat number 3. Denis Nikisha, more friendly confines for him in a 500 meters that he knows so well. Jordan Pierre-Gilles, the Canadian, again another one who would say his specialty is the 500. Liu Xiaowang, I'm sure he'll get a rousing ovation. Michał Niewinski and Dan Koss. So again, 5 pretty strong skaters. 3 of them ranked in the top 10. Liu is ranked 11th. Dan Koss is ranked 52nd, but that's on its way up.
Certainly on its way up. We've only had 2 stops on the World Tour Series, so all of these results will change by the time we announce the Crystal Globe winner at World Tour stop number 6.
That will be in Milan in February, the test event for the Olympics, which will be just about a year until they go. So Italy counting down as hosts. No gladiators here, but 5 very strong skaters.
Go to the start. Ready.
Nikisha out of position 1. He looks straight down on the start, and it seems to work for him. He gets out in the lead, followed by Pierre-Gilles and Liu.
Nikisha well known for his start, but already being overtaken and dropping into third.
Dan Koss went down. It's Pierre-Gilles on the front, Liu watching him, and Nikisha slipping to 4th as Niewinski gets ahead of steam here. Now Nikisha battles back for 3rd, and he makes that stick. Liu for the lead. Pierre-Gilles following him. Let's see if he'll try to get one more move. Here comes Nikisha at the bell, at the line. It's Liu and Pierre-Gilles. Unofficially looking like that might be the slowest heat we've had so far. 40.35 is the unofficial time. Krusberg set a 40.06.
Good building up here by Denis Nikisha. Let's watch Dan Koss here as he comes around the turn, kicks the block, and that takes him down.
Not so much you can do when you hit that. You're just a passenger at that point. He is up and he is okay, Ahmed.
Pierre-Gilles keeping that wide track, not reacting at all to that inside pass. That's good form. He wants to keep his speed, keep his tempo. Liu maintaining a tight track, coming out, leaning in, cutting off that first lane and staying in the front.
So yeah, Nikisha will not be moving on. There's no clock, no cue next to his name, and so it's Liu and Pierre-Gilles. One more heat to go in the men's 500-meter quarterfinals, and we see the return of that defending Crystal Globe helmet, Park Ji-won, wanting to keep up the pressure in those standings. He will be at a position 1. Miyata Shogo, also a man who was just in the final. Stan Desmet, Pietro Segal, and Park Jang-yuk. It's another loaded heat.
They all are, especially with this new racing format.
Desmet maybe more accustomed to longer events, but everybody's good at everything it has to be these days.
And even endurance racers, often an endurance athlete can win a 500 because they hit their top speed a little later in the race, right when the sprinters are starting to lose it.
Sure, like his sister in Montreal, she picked up a medal in the 500 meters one of the World Tour weekends there, and we would not usually have figured her. She likes the 1500 more. Anyway, this race.
Go to the start. Ready.
And into the corner. It's a nice start by Miyata, blazing off the line.
He even pulls a gap here as he starts to build his speed. I'd love to see his feet keep moving. No long pivots until we get a little farther into this race.
Miyata Shogo, Park Ji-won closing down. Seagal also there. We do know there's never any give up in Pietro Seagal. Park goes for the lead.
A perfect outside to in move.
But Miyata gets it right back, and Seagal slots into second. At the bell, oh no, Miyata's down. Seagal forced out wide. It's Desmet leading, followed by the two White Tigers. Park Ji-won in second, and it's going to be, I think, the White Tigers who flank him for 1 and 2. But there is going to be a lot reviewing. I think Miyata might have gone down on his own. There was a physical contact with Seagal, but there's a lot to look at there, and so I'll put an asterisk by the results right now as they are unofficial.
Incredible start by Miyata, going from lane 2 up to first in the race. That's a perfectly executed outside to in pass by Park. Now watch Miyata, he tucks into that small little skater's crouch. He does nail the inside move. Here comes Seagal. Hard to say where the contact is coming from, whose it's coming from. The officials will let us know. Miyata goes down by himself. Stan Desmet.
And that was the second. That was the one that's, I think, being reviewed right now. We'll just get a look at it.
It was a good move by Stan, just a little tight. We'll see what the officials call. And here's the thing. You can't defend the outside and the inside, but that's what he has to do here with two Koreans on either side.
And I need to see the photo of that. That's the, oh, goodness. It's Park and Desmet 1 and 2, 7/7,000ths of a second, and then, wait, it was Park in third, actually. I think. We haven't made those results official, but, whew.
And officials are reviewing the video as we speak.
And there, because Miyata just went down on his own, it was the little bump with Desmet and Seagal, and here we do have an announcement.
After review, we give penalty to skater number 8 for Belgium and advanced skater number 11 from Italy.
And so there you go. Desmet is penalized. Seagal is advanced, and that takes away one of those third-placed finishings. That means the only one who finished third moving on is Jens van het Wout from way back in heat number 1. So Seagal will live to fight another day in the semis, and here we go. Here is the incident. Late lane change from inside to out. That was not part of it. This was right there.
Yes, it is clear when you slow it down and look at all the angles. ISU getting much more clear on their strategies here when calling penalties. The call must be clear and obvious, and it must impact the outcome of the race.
And there you go, into the semifinals. A whole lot of teams there, and again, 3 Ice Maples moving on to the semis. And now we get right back. We're heading into a flood break, but we're not easing into it. We are ending on more medal races. We start with the women's 1,000-meter B final. Some sports call it the small final, maybe like the B final, whichever way you look at it. Either way, there are 2 gladiators, a ninja, a white tiger, including Kim Gil-lee, who will want to win this to maximize her Crystal Globe points, and a lung. We'll throw it down to the ice for the introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the skaters of women's Position number 1 from Italy, Elisa Confortola. Position number 2 from Japan, Hirayami. Position number 3 from China, Gong Li. Position number 4 from Italy, Ioriani Gloria.
Go to the start. Ready.
There is a did not start for Kim Gi-lee. You might have missed her announcing. So, you know, I'm sure there's a reason why, we just don't know it. But yeah, it's down to 4 for this race, which makes it even more interesting, I might say, with the 2 gladiators, the hometown favorite, and then the veteran skater, Hirai Ami.
And I like Hirai Ami's strategy here. She's staying in the back. She's strong enough to lead from the front, but she's going to conserve her energy for a little bit. Also, smart strategy by Gong Li to be out front on her home ice, controlling the race.
24-year-old getting a nice ovation from the home crowd. She won a 1,500-meter silver medal here in the old World Cup circuit last year. She also did pick up a bronze in the 1,000 at that event, but here she is just racing for the Crystal Globe points, and she leads the way right now. But the gladiators, going a little shoulder to shoulder there.
And Gong Li is starting to pick up the pace, doing more of what's called a progressive. Watch your eye, the Japanese ninja starting to step out a little wide. She'll be building speed pretty soon.
Inside, 3 to go. Time for the rubber to hit the road. It's a attempted flanking maneuver by the gladiators. One going out, one going in, but Gong repels them. They're going to try again, and no, they go shoulder to shoulder. Confortola goes down. It is Gong Li leading at the bell. Yoriati's going to try again, trying to go outside to inside. Yoriati, can she make it stick? She does. And it looks like who's going to take it over the line first is Yoriati as she takes a tumble. But that incident with her own teammate will get looked at. So Yoriati first over the line, but it will be reviewed.
And a really impressive pass in the last half lap by Yoriati. A veteran move, even though I might not consider her a veteran quite yet.
So what I am seeing here is they're looking a possible outside to in maneuver right there, but they say she essentially penalized herself. So she was the one who would have been investigated, but in the end she sort of penalized herself by going out anyway. So that is how they finish, and that is how they will officially finish. Yoriati, Gong, and Hirai, 1, 2, and 3.
Excellent form coming around the corner. You can tell they're struggling just to hold the speed, staying tight. Yoriati continues to defend all the way to the line.
And whoops. Seems to be okay though, up and off the ice. I think she was just looking up at the scoreboard, watching herself take a tumble. The look of horror on her face for the photo finish. And after B must come A, as we see the results there. Yoriati takes the B final, so 6th place could be for her, depending on how this plays out.
Correct. We shall see.
Ready to go and ready for the introductions once the lights go down.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the women's 1,000 meters final A. Let's welcome the skaters. 女士们、先生们，即将进行的是女子1000米决赛，让我们欢迎运动员入场。Position number 1，1号位 ，Korean Fly Tigers， 来自韩国，崔明正。Position number 2，2号位 ，Canadian Ice Maples， 来自加拿大 ，Donna Blaze。Position number 3，3号位 ，Canadian Ice Maples， 来自加拿大 ，Courtney Surratt。Position number 4，4号位 ，Dutch Lions， 来自荷兰 ，Sandra Belsboer。Position number 5，5号位 ，USA Eagles， 来自美国 ，Corinne Stoddard。
What a start list. The two winners from the 2 weekends in Montreal, Choi Min-jong, Sandra Velzebor. Not a bad return to action for Courtney Surratt, making an A final. Corinne Stoddart, couple of bronze medals. So many things to watch out for here as we reach go time in Beijing.
And even though Choi Min-jung does have lane 1 off of the start, she's up against some heavy-hitting sprinters. We'll see if she can maintain that position going to the first block.
Go to the start. Ready.
We'll see if Velzebor gets there first. Not quite, it is. Danae Blay in the lead, her own teammate in third, and it is Choi in second right now.
Corinne Stoddart taking it easy in the back. She didn't even try to win the start. Again, good strategy, saving energy for later in the race.
Almost coasting her way up to second, Sandra Velzebor there. Almost just an excuse me move to get right up into the fray.
Well, and we talk sometimes about physics. You can use physics to your advantage to slingshot yourself around the exit of the track, and that's what these highly skilled athletes are doing.
Going shoulder to shoulder with Surratt, and Surratt just continues around the outside all the way to the lead. Inside 5 to go.
Now this is a good setup for a race. We still have hands in the back, which means we're just cruising. Choi trying to get up, looking for room.
The Ice Maples setting up that wall right now. They know how each other skates.
Surratt picking up the pace, using an arm swing. Danae Blaze saying, I have energy, let me up front.
Down to 2 to go. Here we go. Choi sets up on the outside. Velzebor trying to look also on the outside. They both try to go at the bell. 4 skaters piling into the corner. It's Danae Blay in front. Here comes Corinne Stoddart. It's going to be the dash to the line. It is Danae Blay. Shut out a weekend ago as a host. No Canadian Ice Maples individual medals on the women's side. They fixed that right away in Beijing.
Right from the start, the Canadian Ice Maples looking to go 1 and 2.
And it is Blay, her first ever senior international victory as well on an individual level. She picked up a silver a year ago on the old World Cup circuit, but now she stands alone atop the podium. Velzebor hangs on for second. her second silver medal in the 1,000 this season. Just look at this, 4 in the corner, and somehow they all came through.
And again, that's so advanced when you can be that close. No one causes contact, and also nobody, gets stiff or gets stuck on their heels. They keep maintaining their speed around the corner. Watch Corey Stoddard coming around the outside. Zandra Belzebor also setting up a dive for the line.
That's a very close for bronze. Stoddard, did she time the reach? But Blais, there's no denying, she picks up the win. And there you have it. It is Stoddard for bronze. Oh no, it's a tie.
Wow.
Oh my, 2 bronze medals. Choi Min-jong to the 1,000th of a second with Corin Stoddard. Do you think they know yet? Look at that. And they rode 600ths of a second behind Belzebor, but 2 bronze medals. How about that? Soro then in 5th.
And it's not that never happens, an exact tie, but it sure is rare.
Last time was in Montreal in the old World Cup circuit. It was in a 500 meters. We had 2 gold medal winners on that one. It was Selma Poutsma and Sandra Belzebor on that day. But today, Choi Min-jong, Corin Stoddard, a tie for bronze. They're all getting their podium jackets set up there. Never a dull moment, is there?
Never.
So Corin Stoddard as well. That is already her 4th bronze medal, her 3rd 1,000-meter bronze medal, and she has a bronze medal in the 1,500 as well. So her 4th medal of the season, all of them bronze.
Corey making a similar rise in her career that we saw Kristen Santos make. A long time sitting there in the top 10, making the finals, and then a sudden surge to the front, becoming a medal contender.
Also huge for a program that when Santos Griswold, as she mentioned, she was crashing out a lot in Montreal. She has today too as well, but there's a teammate who can step up and get the team on the podium.
And they are great friends, and they have such great culture on the team right now. And a lot of that is being led by head coach Steve Goff. He has a good luck charm that he carries around to every single World Cup and uses it to motivate his athletes even when they're not feeling at their best.
So looks like they are ready to go. The women with the trays holding the medals also on skates. And they are about to skate into position for the medals.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the women's 1,000 meters at the ISU Short Track World Tour Beijing, China 2024 to 2025。女士们、先生们，2024至2025赛季国际滑联短道速滑世界巡回赛北京站女子1000米颁奖仪式现在开始。Medals will be presented by assistant referee Al Blashine。为获奖运动员颁奖的是阿兰·格里菲斯海姆。In third place and a winner of the bronze medal from USA, representing the USA Eagles, Corin Stoddard, and from Korean White Tigers, Choi Min-jong。来自美国的科琳娜·斯托达德和来自韩国的崔明珍。And Choi Min-jong. In second place and a winner of the silver medal from Netherlands, representing the Dutch Lions, Sandra Balseboer. 获得银牌的是来自荷兰桑德拉·贝尔赛罗。 Sandra Balseboer. In first place and winner of the gold medal from Canada, representing the Canadian Ice Maples, Donna Blaze. 获得金牌的是来自加拿大达纳厄·布莱斯。 Donna Blaze. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. 女士们、先生们，再次把掌声送给各位获奖运动员。
So one newcomer to the podium, and she just happens to stand above them all. Danae Blais of the Canadian Ice Maples picks up the gold medal, the first individual medal for the Canadian side. And then it was nice to see two friends, competitors tying for bronze and sharing the moment together. And there is the updated standings. Sandra Balseboer, look how tight that is. Choi Min-jong right up there in the Crystal Globe standings. I think there's a lot more fun racing to come, Catherine. Today, this weekend, next weekend, all of it.
Absolutely, and if you look all the way from first, maybe down to Hannah Desmet in sixth, there's not a huge spread between 1 and 6. So surely with 3 more World Tour stops on the way and more events coming this weekend, those results will change for the Crystal Globe Award.
100 points for a Crystal Globe, or an overall victory. And now we still have some races to go, and they're still pretty big ones as well. For a moment, I thought we were heading into an ice break with the podium presentation, but nope. There are still 2 more exciting races to come. 500-meter men's semifinals. Both of them have 5 skaters, first and second place skaters from each, and up to 1 of the third place skaters qualifying for the A final. Start list for heat number 1 has Steven Dubois, Jens van 't Wout, Jordan Pierre-Gilles, and then a pair of White Tigers, Park Ji-won and Park Jung-yuk. Dubois, you're looking for perhaps favorites in this one. Dubois would be one to watch, picking up a win and a silver on the 2 500s in Montreal. Jordan Pierre-Gilles always dangerous as well. And Jens van 't Wout, maybe more 1,000-meter guy, but we can't even really say that anymore. They're all good in a lot of these events, and then never mind 2 White Tigers.
Go to the start. Ready.
And everybody makes it through. It's Dubois already with a bit of a margin over van 't Wout.
And we'll see how van 't Wout can close this gap. I really want to see him pressing his knees over his toes, driving his chest down to his thighs, staying compact in the turns.
And Pierre-Gilles sizing up a move, going outside. Is he going to tuck in, or is he going to go out wide? Now he tries. Oh, Pierre-Gilles down, and he takes out van 't Wout. Everybody safe through that. However, both of them are out. It's Dubois, and now it's Park Ji-won in second and Park Jung-yuk in third. Right up there, Dubois will be pressured at the line, but Dubois, I think, just takes it. But it is a photo. But yeah, Pierre-Gilles just went down, and Jens van het Wout, not much he can do there.
Pierre-Gilles tapping himself in the forehead there. I don't know what he's thinking, but he might be thinking, oh, shoot.
That's a whoopsie, you might say.
That didn't work. But it was a good effort. We're doing what's called an outside to in pass. He cuts across inside of Jens. That, oh gosh, the timing was great. The skate flew out from underneath him. Let's watch here, see if we can get the left. Watch this left outside edge, just cuts out.
And van het Wout, if you're looking at even if nobody gets penalized, he's in a position to be top 2, and so there might always be someone advanced there.
Absolutely, that's the ideal situation for an advancement, because that was at no fault of his own, and there's nothing he could have done to avoid that contact.
And then that would also mean 3rd place goes right out the window. And yeah, I think Dubois may have hung on by, yes, he did. But also interesting always with the Crystal Glove standings, if William Danjanu is Canada's maybe flyer, Stephen Dubois in any race will want to get the opportunity to get one over, like in a final, want to get as many points away from Park as possible. But this is not a final, of course, it's a semi. If Pierre-Gilles on his feet, seems to be okay.
And as we've mentioned today, almost never are these big moves happening due to maliciousness. They're always happening because we're right on the edge here between control and chaos. And this is why these athletes race, to test themselves, to push themselves. You don't know where the line is until you've crossed it.
Pierre-Gilles, he just shook his head there. He never wanted to shy away from showing how he feels, and he knew he maybe would like to do that one again. But we're going to throw it down to the ice for an announcement, I believe. Or are we just moving on? Nope, it will be an advancement for Jens van het Wout. And Pierre-Gilles, no punishment, but there is an advancement, as we talked about.
And that is unique. Very often, if there's an advancement, you see a penalty. That being said, though, Pierre-Gilles' timing was good. That was not too late or dangerous of a pass. It was purely an equipment problem, or potentially the ice giving out.
And there is heat number 2. This one has William Danjanu in it, looking to make it that 1-2 punch the Ice Maples had both weekends in Montreal. There's also Kim Tai-sung, but a pair of lungs, including that man, Sun Long, already on the podium today. He's joined by Liu Xiaowang, number 10, right there. And then Pietro Siegel, also in the mix. He'll certainly stand out with a lot of black and red in the race. He's the one in the Azzurri resplendent blue.
Go to the start. Ready.
Race to the corner, 3 go through. There is a bump, and they're keeping it going.
Wow, that is surprising. Typically, that is a callback. Danjanu right up front, though, those long, powerful strides.
It is Sun Long right on his tail. Watch out for Liu Xiaowang, and now Sun and Liu go right to the front. Can they keep it? And they can for now. Danjanu looking inside, and he makes it stick. Back and forth we go.
Holy cow, incredible recovery by Danjanu. Let's see if he can hold it.
Goodness, Sun Long off the front. Danjanu trying to close it. Liu is going to push him all the way to the line. It's Sun, and Liu might have gotten it.
I think he got it. I think we have 2 Chinese longs going to the A final.
2 reviews in there, though. And Danjanu is one of them. But off the line, we'll see the bump.
I am really surprised that that did not get called back, because it did happen by the apex block. Sometimes, however, that's short track. A little bobble there by Danjanu, opening the inside door for 2 Chinese longs to get by. The Italian gladiator Pietro Siegel trying his best, staying tucked into 4th. And then we see, oh my gosh, it's unbelievable how he saved that slip on the left outside edge.
And so there is a possible late pass. Danjanu on one of the Chinese skaters that's being looked at. That would have been on Liu, as Sun Long was off the front. What a day Sun Long is having.
He's been here since early, skating through all the rounds.
And at the line, yeah, I think it might have been Liu who reached out, and he does by 0.006 of a second.
Wow, very exciting results here for the home crowd.
And so if those results are confirmed and Donjanu doesn't get into the A final, there's almost added pressure on Dubois to take the win and get as many points away from Park Ji-won as possible.
That's a great point. I don't know that they're super aware as teammates of what everybody else's points are. But that being said, I'm sure Steven Dubois wants the win or at least a medal, regardless of how that impacts the overall standings.
Yeah, it's not like he needs any more motivation in an A final on the international circuit after picking up a win already this year. And so something's being said there. They're looking back. There was the speed wobble that cost Donjanu a place there. And then that's the move they're looking at on Liu, I believe. And so I think they have made their decision. And yeah, there's no discipline being taken. It's just the two Chinese lungs skating for the medal. Donjanu in third, going to the B final, as does Sigel and Kim. And so there you go. Just like that, the 500-meter semifinals are done. And that means we roll into the next ice resurfacing. And so coming out of that, we will have the women's relay 3,000-meter semis. And then the two finals for the men's 500 meters. You will see those men skating for the medals. Van het Wout, Park, Dubois, Liu, and Sun. And then in the final, the two Ice Maples, the two White Tigers, and Petra Sigel, the Gladiators. And as we roll into the next break, it's going to be relatively short, about 12 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a look at this host Chinese lungs team really battling back here in Beijing. Stay with us. After starting the season in North America, we've made the long jump over to Asia, the host of the 2022 Winter Olympics, Beijing. And there's lots of excitement in this city as they've gotten ready for the third stop on the ISU Short Track World Tour.
The arena here is amazing. I think it's definitely one of the best ice rinks in the world, if not the best. And I mean, it's always packed to the max and the fans go crazy.
It's always good to be here in Beijing after all the races that I've done, all the places that I've raced in. You know, here in Beijing, I always have fun and I always have good races, so hopefully it will be a good weekend too.
베이징에 왔는데 사람들이 굉장히 친절하다고 생각하고요. 그리고 중국의 많은 음식들을 한번 먹어보고 싶습니다.
I think it's a good start of the season for me, especially with the two competitions in my hometown in Montreal. I'm definitely also very proud of the team. I think it's just we have a great team. We're really racing for that Team Crystal Globe, and I'm happy I can contribute that way for the team crystal globe.
중국에 다시 와서 경기할 수 있어서 굉장히 기쁘고요. 그리고 많은 관중들 앞에서 경기하는 것이 굉장히 기대됩니다.
I like to thank the fans all over the world. Chinese fans always support me super great. So, 谢谢大家.
The Capital Indoor Stadium here in Beijing has plenty of Olympic experience. You competed here in your athlete days, Catherine. What do you like about skating in Beijing?
So many things to love about skating in Beijing. One thing is because the Chinese Speed Skating Association is so competitive, they do a great job with their ice conditions here. Ice is always fast, always reliable, always has that little bit of grip that athletes need when you're trying to perform high-speed tactics. It's also a great venue because we're close to the hotel, an easy walk for athletes to come out, get some sunshine, see the city, meet some people, and enjoy their life even more than they do already in an ice rink.
And you also mentioned to me that the fans here are particularly loud.
It's wonderful to have a stadium full of fans in short track speed skating, and not just fans, engaged fans, fans that are cheering for their favorites and cheering for the true athleticism of the sport.
And so those home fans will be even louder if the Chinese lungs perform at their very best and ending on top of the podium. Let's get to meet some of the hosts.
In winter sports, the short track is a project where China has a significant advantage and is well suited for China development, thus receiving a lot of support at the national level. The success at the Rotterdam World Championships is indeed exciting and the results of long-term efforts. As we got 4 gold medals in the World Championships, such achievements reflect the strength and hard work of Team China and prove our team's spirit of unity and collaboration. Beijing is a fascination city, and that blends transition with modernity, history and culture because of this long history. In addition to the attractions, there is a lot of delicious food, such as Peking duck and hot pot. Capital Indoor Stadium is an essential venue for Team China. It has witnessed many glorious moments in Chinese sport, and is also where our team has created many good memories. It's the first stadium to achieve the conversion of summer and winter sports to welcome the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics. Their enthusiasm and encouragement provide immense inspiration and motivation for our team. They cheer off very overtaking and sprint. Support from the audience is motivation for everyone. We are incredibly excited about this year's World Championships in Beijing. Competing at home is an honor and responsibility for us. We look forward to showing our best at the Capital Indoor Stadium and hope to bring glory to our country.
Now, Catherine, China is really one of the pioneers of short track, one of the countries to embrace it early. Now, they have had plenty of success over the years on both the men's and the women's side.
That's right, and historically one of the strongest teams in the world. Specifically, back in my day, back in the 2010 days, Meng Wang and Zhou Yang being dominating forces on the women's side, and then contributing to the continued growth on both sides, male and female, because success breeds success. When you have someone on your team that's winning, that culture, that mindset, it ignites a fire for the whole team to succeed from.
That being said, just a couple of medals in Montreal at the first 2 World Tour stops. There is, of course, expectation to perform at home as well.
There is expectation to perform at home, and these athletes know that. Their coaches know that. I guarantee you these teams were very intentional. The Asian teams were very intentional about training through World Tour stops 1 and 2, with the focus being on having great success here at home.
And plenty more to come over the course of the weekend for the home crowd to see how their team performs. Hits just keep on coming here in Beijing. Women's 3,000 meter relay time. There are 2 heats in all. First and second place from each one advances. Third and fourth would go to the final. First heat as the Dutch Lions, the reigning world champions, the team that recently celebrated Sinterklaas as a team. Holiday, the December St. Nicholas holiday in the Netherlands. There are the Polish Hussars, the Chinese Lungs, and the Kazakh Nomads. Of course, the Netherlands defending world champions, but half that team is not here. Both the Velzenboer skated back in Rotterdam, but Selma Poutsma still off injured, and Yara van Kerkhoff has retired from the sport. And so they'll have Dita van Oorschot and Zoe Deltrap in this one. In Montreal, the 2 victories went to the Gladiators, and it was after the Canadians were penalized, and then the Canadians got a small measure of revenge on the Gladiators in week 2. Both the Lungs and the Lions each picked up a bronze medal from those 2 stops in Montreal. And so the ever unpredictable relay, Catherine, or we can handicap it, but as we've seen, even without contact, anything can turn at the moment. If anyone hits the turn wrong, hits the lane marker, we'll just have to watch and see how that folds.
Absolutely, hometown favorites here, and specifically looking at Fan Kashin, who is the what I would consider the veteran sprinter on the team. We'll see if they put her in the starting or finishing position today. Friendly reminder for those at home, every position in the relay does have its goal. The starter is your best sprinter, your finisher is your best endurance or best tactician skater. Third place is typically where you might see some passing, and then the fourth skater on the ice is more for defense and setting that sprinter back up to start it over again.
It is Michelle Velzenboer starting for the Dutch Lions, Van Kashin for the Lungs.
Ready.
And it is Olga Tikhonova for the Nomads, and then second and third right now, Gabriela Topolska for the Hussars.
No fastest third time here, so you can expect to see a more strategic race.
Well, just get it out there, though. 4:02.809 is the current world record held by the Netherlands, set back on October 23rd, 2021 on this very surface. We mostly say that to hedge our bets because yesterday we were caught off guard with the new mixed relay world record from the Canadian side.
Everyone's staying very close together in the pack so far. That will spread out as the laps tick down. Starting right here with the Chinese team starting to pull away from the Dutch Lions.
And we've seen a few times, even if you go out and crash out, you keep going because there are crashes that could happen later on that take down opponents. You can always jump ahead and snatch an improbable result.
Absolutely, and if there ever is a fall by a skater on the track, they have 3 other teammates on the ice whose job it is to cover. And so let's go over this quick. During a relay, you have 1 skater on each team on the ice. You've got a skater building to receive the push. That's what this looks like here. Now the skater that was racing is now resting. They'll coast and tuck back on the inside. They get to take a small moment to catch their breath, but everyone is covering all the time. Everyone is constantly expecting a fall so that just in case it happens, they can tag in, get back to speed, and back to contention in the race.
Natalia Malashevska on the back there, letting a little gap open up, but that, as you've pointed out before, may be a tactic to gain some speed and make a move, and she sets it up for the pass to get the Hussars up into third.
Taking quite a bit of energy to maintain that third place by the Polish Hussars, trying to close the gap.
And it is the Velzebor exchange. Michelle to Sandra. It is Gong Li in for the moment for the Lungs, and Kamila Stormovska for the Hussars. But no real breakaway just yet. And you were talking about who's watching to tag up in case of a fall. We saw a few examples of it this weekend where some tag ups might have been missed. And a nice push for the lead there.
Absolutely, beautiful timing. And I will say, timing the push is probably the hardest part of the relay. The skaters on the track are going at top speed. The skaters inside the track are matching that speed on a tighter trajectory, which puts more pressure on the legs.
And it is Van Keshin on the front. Michelle Velzebor chasing her down. The Hussars did lose a bit of some speed in earlier exchange. There was a bit of a bump, but everybody stayed on their feet and still going. And the Nomads losing a bit of contact, but nice work by Kamila Stormovska to get right back on it. And is this a push for the lead? Nope, not yet.
Well, China's doing a spectacular job defending. I'll try to point it out here how they are exchanging tight off the blocks, leaving very little space for the skaters in second and third. They're also angling in towards the first block off the push. That's closing the door on the inside pass.
No opportunities so far as Dita Van Oorschot probes for an opening a little bit. And Natalia Malashevska of the Hussars just trying to hang on right now. Is there an opening for second? And a nice push there.
And a quick reaction. That was perfect.
And now there is the gun. One last exchange is allowed. They put in their anchor legs. It's going to be Sandra Velzebor with some work to do for the Dutch Lions. She is behind Kamila Stormovska. And on for the Lungs, it's Gong Li holding everybody off at the bell. Oh, goodness. Down go the Hussars and the Lungs, and it's going to be Sandra Velzebor crossing first, but that is going to be looked at because she went in on a pass for second, and kind of the dominoes may have started at that point.
Absolutely, so that is absolutely an unofficial result. Great luck for the Kazakh Nomads, crossing the line in second, but again, those results may not hold. We're going to need to go to the officials.
But they did keep it going, and even if there are advancements and penalties, the fact that they were second over the line, they were top two.
Absolutely. So pending any calls, the Nomads will likely go into the final. Let's watch here off the push again. Good defense by China, stepping in, beautiful pass. Compression around the corner. All the Chinese coaches saying, go faster, go faster.
Is that what they always say when they're standing there?
You know,
a pretty good coach. Go.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a lot of like, go, 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 hurry, hurry, up, up, up.
And there's the pass off the exchange to get the Hussars into second that really put the pressure on the Lions. And this, I think, is the incident.
Yeah, so China checking her outside shoulder, but all the trouble's happening on the inside. A bump between the Lions and the Hussars. Oh.
And it's again, you're always looking at the shoulders and who was a little bit further ahead. They have their work cut out for them because that looked very close.
That's right, and we can't tell from that angle. That's why the officials do have multiple angles around the track.
So Sandra Velzeboer crossed the line in first. They make their way off. Oh, and there is an announcement. And the microphone is not on, so we'll see if we'll take the drama away. Or is that a technical glitch, or are they saying hold up there? No, I think we'll let them announce it though.
After review, we give penalty to Team Netherlands and advanced Poland and People's Republic of China to Final A.
And there we go. And so the penalty to the Dutch Lions. The Polish Hussars are advanced as it was in a top 2 position. And the Chinese lungs going on, as Catherine pointed out, to the Kazakh Nomads. And so, a very light, possibly B final. Here it is, end of the straight. The inside skater, that was Sandra Velzeboer, did not give way. And so, yeah, a little bit behind from my look of things.
Sure, and hey, with 2 laps to go, and there's pressure when you're the finisher of the relay, and your team is expecting you to be the strongest one at the finish. So, and Sandra is a strong skater, so no reason for her to doubt her ability to pull off that pass. However, this time it just plain didn't work.
It's nice to see everybody is okay. Always a testament to the safety precautions that they take here, those big thick mats that Catherine's mentioned. And now the other final, there's a look at Kim Gi-lee spearheading that Korean White Lions team into this semifinal. Also here, the Japanese Ninjas, the Canadian Ice Maples, and the Italian Gladiators. And so the 2 winners from the opening 2 stops this season. Here's Courtney Sareau. I don't think she was on the team in the quarterfinal round for the Ice Maples, but here she is, along with Danae Blake, Florence Brunel, and Kim Boutin. The Japanese side, Hirai Ami, Nakashi Mamire, Yamana Urina, and Kurokawa Ki. Korea has Kim Gi-lee, Shim So-ki, Lee So-yoon, and No Do-hee. And Italy, Chiara Betti, Elisa Confortova, Ariana Siegel, Gloria Ioriatti.
Ready.
And is Shim So-ki in this race? She put her hand up to say, yes, I am. And it is Shim off the start, and so it could be a very quiet B-fall and an early push for the lead for the Ice Maples.
Great sign of efficiency and timing, and the goal of any relay team is to be greater than the sum of its parts. It's less important to have 4 fantastic skaters and more important to have a team out there, people who pay attention to each other and are thinking not just how can I be my best, but how can I set my teammates up for success.
And in week number 1, as I mentioned, or week number 1 and 2, it was the Canadians and Italians exchanging victories. The other sides did not make the podium in the women's 3,000 meter relay. And really going, well, still everybody close together. A little bit of wobble on that Japanese Ninjas exchange.
And potentially, it is hard to follow in these relays because good strategy means that the skaters up front are staying as tight to the blocks as possible, especially off of the exchange. And you can imagine there's not a lot of space out there in the first place, so you start to double the amount of skaters on the track and decrease the space by half.
Sareau coming in, returning to the World Tour and already making an A final earlier today. She tags in to this race, and she will give way to Kim Boutin, the great Canadian veteran leader.
Italy taking a 2-lap exchange, setting up a pass, going from 4th to 3rd.
You'll talk about that. Sometimes it's a tactical move, and other times you miss an exchange and you can just get it the next time over.
Exactly. So in that instance, it was tactical. They let the next skater just do 1 lap, and now everyone is back on the lap and a half exchanges.
That's Yoriati for the Gladiators right now. And it's now Ariana Siegel chasing down Kim Gi-lee. Still on the front, Florence Brunel of the Canadian Ice Maples.
Great defensive skating by the Italian Gladiators.
Just trying to move there, the Ninjas, but not given the opportunity. On the Gladiators now, Chiara Betti. And Soro not looking like she's missed a beat despite spending a lot of time on the shelf this season. Down to 10 to go. A bit of a gap forming now with the front two, the Gladiators. There's a fall there, but it was after the push was made, and so now there's a lot of work to do for Gloria Yoriati to chase things down. And a wobble out of the corner there, and that's going to cost her even more. So the front two even more comfortable positions right now, but as we've seen, races turn in an instant.
Well, and the Canadian Ice Maples and the Korean White Tigers need to be a little safe here, a little conservative. At this point, it would be better to make the A final than to overextend and risk a penalty or a fall.
And they've switched things up. It is No Do-hee now into the race for the, it is actually a change. No Do-hee's number 92, so there's actually a change in the roster. Teams have made some late changes before.
So typically coaches need to submit their relay, who they've chosen for the relay, within an hour of the event. However, there is an alternate. So if there's trouble with equipment, trouble with an injury, you can always make those last-minute substitutions.
Number 91, that's Kim Kyun-hee. And so it is on the final exchange. Kim Gi-lee at the bell, leading the way, chasing her for the Canadians, Florence Brunel, and it's really those two right now. The Gladiators got some speed wobbles out of it, and they lost a lot of time. Were not able to close it down. Nothing going to be reviewed from what I'm gathering, and it will be the White Tigers and the Ice Maples racing for the medals.
So we're seeing some strategy here, an inside pass by Kim Gi-lee, plenty of room to tuck up into first position. And then a step out here by Kim Gi-lee to get 2 crossovers going into the corner. That is a veteran move. It's hard to do.
Veteran move by the youngster, really. She's 20.
Well, and to be honest with you, so many of the athletes on the Korean team have been veterans since long before they were competing on the World Tour circuit. Korea well known for having a lot of depth in their program, and even just making a Korean team sometimes is harder than winning a World Tour medal.
And we've said before that she is a skater beyond her years as Kim Gi-lee. And there is the look. It's going to be a packed A final with 5 teams on the ice, and so do the math, 4 by 5, 20 skaters in all. Will be all over the place in the final. And this, like I said, a very small B final with just 2 sides. The Gladiators and the Ninjas with that penalty to the Dutch Lions. And so now we get right back to it. There really is no let up at all. We are into the finals for the 500 meters. We'll start with the B final, so I guess this is easing into it.
Well,
sorry.
No, well, I was just going to say, what's not easy about this is going from having 2 3,000 meter relays skated on the track directly into finals. So relays chew up the ice worse than individual races. Obviously, all of these men are advanced. They know how to manage. But truly, it's just adding a little extra pressure, another variable outside of the athlete's control that they have to respond to in order to do their best.
Look at William Donjanu, a silver medal today. He's already lost a few points in the Crystal Globe standings to Park Ji-won, and with Park racing for the medals, it will be up to Donjanu. You know he's going to want to go out and take the win to minimize his losses And maybe I'm just saying that because I'm looking at all the math right now and we're having the extra time. He's focused on racing. Time for the introductions.
From Canada, William Denzinu. Position number 2, from Republic of Korea, Park Jung-kyu. Position number 3, from Italy, Pietro Sigel. Position number 4, from Republic of Korea, Kim Tae-son. Position number 5, from Canada, Jordan Pierre Giles.
Go to the start. Ready.
And that one will be brought back. The bump knocked all of the markers over there.
Goodness.
Denzinu kept it up. You've noticed he's very good at staying on his feet.
I don't know this, but I'll be sure to ask someone. I wonder if he played hockey, because that type of agility is really unique. Watch this. So his knee touches the ice, but he keeps that right inside edge digging in and somehow recovers.
Yeah, he's going to have those blades looked at, I have no doubt. There we are.
By best top of top blade techs in the world, Laurent Daniel. Very asset. Lucky for the Canadian athletes to have an asset like Laurent Daniel on their team.
Got the wrench out there to tighten up some of the bolts. That's all it needs. It'll go back out. And we'll see what take 2 will bring. Right next to him, Park Jung-yuk, 26 years of age. I don't remember that name from Montreal, Park Jung-yuk, and so you were talking about just getting on the Korean side, as they have a wealth of options to choose from.
Go to the start. Ready.
And this time they all get through, I think, by the narrowest of margins, but it's Denzinu in front, and there's an opportunity, Pierre Gilles, to get to the front, or second rather.
And you see Denzinu looking over his shoulder, lining up his competitors. Who's behind me? What kind of strategy do I need? And what you'll see here that starts to naturally happen with Denzinu out in front, Jordan Pierre Gil, he can be more strategic, more defensive with the Korean White Tigers behind.
The Korean White Tigers want to get past Denzinu. They have to get past Pierre Gilles first. I don't think they're going to do it. And Denzinu, he didn't make the A final, stumbled there, but he takes the B final, and so didn't get to the final that he wanted, but he will get maximum Crystal Globe points from this race. And Pierre Gilles second in the B final.
So a lot of contact, some arms getting all tangled up here, a little stumble by the White Tigers and the Gladiator, opening a position for Pierre Gilles to slide into second and stay safely there throughout the race.
Yep, caught the toe there and hung on, and his own teammate helped him up there over the line.
You can imagine sometimes if you try to run down a hill, you have to pick up your foot speed fast just so you don't fall. The 500-meter feels like that a lot of times. You're just about to fall, and you have to quick pick up those feet.
So there you go. Denzinu, Pierre Gilles, 1-2, the White Tigers. 3 and 4. The A final coming up. These skaters are sitting down, but we'll get their showtime introductions in just a few moments. And this is always neat. This is the path they took there from the heats quarterfinals to the semis and to the finals. So undoubtedly, the home fans are about to get loud as they see two of their own get introduced at the Capital Indoor Stadium here in Beijing.
And there's so much to be excited for here in this race. Steven Dubois coming off of a win in this distance in Montreal. Park Ji-won, our former Crystal Globe winner. We have some hometown favorites here in Sun and Liu, and a bit of a wild card in Yan Van Twab.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the men's 500 meters final day. Let's welcome the skaters. 女士们、先生们，即将进行的是男子500米决赛。让我们欢迎运动员入场。Position number 1， 1号位 Chinese Lungs， 来自中国孙龙。Position number 2， 2号位 Chinese Lungs。 来自中国刘少昂。Position number 3， 3号位 Canadian Ice Papers， 来自加拿大 Steven Dubois。Position number 4， 4号位 Korean White Tigers， 来自韩国帕金武。Position number 5， 5号位 Dutch Lions， 来自荷兰 Jens van der Wal。
There you go. Of course, Steven Dubois, another 500-meter win, would really throw him into the conversation for the Crystal Globe as well. And talking about no real specialists anymore, you would have thought coming in that Park Ji-won would have done a lot of thousands and 1500s, and those would have been his events. But now, if he wants to defend that Crystal Globe, he has to become a 500-meter man, and here he is in the final. 2 lungs, an ice maple, a white tiger, and a lung.
Go to the start. Ready.
Dubois out of position 3, can't get around the 2 lungs and has to settle into 3rd, and right now it is the red wall on the front.
So watch Steven Dubois here. He needs to close the gap immediately into a pass. If he catches and hesitates, he's finished.
And it is right now Sun Long looking for his 2nd medal of the day. Liu Xiaowang trying to get back on top. Dubois there. Now he makes the pass right away as he set it onto the inside in the 2nd. Sun still in front. Bronze not too long ago. He's trying to hang on. Dubois loses his speed. That means the door is open. Sun Long is gold. And it is 1 and 3 for the lungs. Dubois gets up into 2nd, can't hold it coming out of the corner. That held everybody up behind him, and Sun Long skated off to glory.
Tremendous result here by the home team, the Chinese Lungs. And hey, even Steven Dubois going from 3rd on the line, fighting to get over, to overcome the Chinese skaters, can't do it. Pulling a gap, closing the gap, and nailing the timing on that pass. Now, we did see that wobble. That's because they're going so fast, and you know what? They make it look easy, but it is a hard sport.
Kudos to him still. He held on for 2nd, his 2nd silver medal in the 500. on the World Tour this season, but really, Sun Long did 2 qualifiers in the 500 and the 1500 yesterday. He got through those comfortably, and here he is, 2 medals, including gold right here.
I'm just certain he's using the energy from this home crowd to fire him up, and really when you're down there on the cold ice, under the bright lights, there's nothing more exhilarating. So
Wondering if that was the moment, but no, this might be it there on the corner.
Yes, correct, that's the moment. So controlling his speed around that track, holding off Xiaoang to stay in second around the final turn.
So you see, I don't know if that's a smile or a grimace, but that moment he's allowed to celebrate.
That's happiness.
Back. He was smiling pretty nicely when he got his bronze medal. I'm sure that smile will radiate with a golden glow in just a few moments' time.
Well, and there's really no feeling like it, and it's great to see athletes. It's hard to even control the emotions when you experience a positive result like that. Again, the camaraderie, the respect, the awareness between these athletes.
Even though he had that wobble come out, he's still a little fist bump crossing the line. But after I was talking about just 3 medals to open off the World Tour, the lungs are battling back here at home. Let's throw it down for the medal ceremony.
China 2024 to 2025，女士们、先生们，2024至2025赛季国际滑联短道速滑世界巡回赛北京站男子500米颁奖仪式现在开始。Medals will be presented by Assistant Referee 李勇。为获奖运动员们颁奖的是副裁判长李勇。In third place and winner of the bronze medal from China, representing the Chinese Longs, 刘少昂。获得铜牌的是来自中国刘少昂。刘少昂。In second place and winner of the silver medal from the Canada, representing the Canadian ice papers, Steven Dubois. 获得银牌的是来自加拿大史蒂文·杜博伊斯。Steven Dubois. In first place and winner of the gold medal from China, representing the Chinese Longs, Sun Long. 获得金牌的是来自中国孙龙。孙龙。Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. 女士们、先生们，让我们再一次把掌声送给获奖运动员。
As they head down for the photos there, the podium. We're about to slide into another break, but that's it for the individual races anyway on day 1, Catherine. We knew it was going to be exciting, but it never really fails to disappoint, does it?
Never, especially the 500. Again, in front of a great crowd. It's energizing. It's energizing for the athletes because they did have what about a 10-hour day yesterday of racing. Oh, look at those points!
The
What a
updated
spread!
standings. Dubois is now in 4th. Siegel hanging on to 3rd. Park gets a few points closer, but it's still just over 200 points to gap. And so Donjanu still has a healthy margin, but he's not going to want to toy with that, especially with next weekend in Seoul, where the host crowd will be expected to perform.
Absolutely, and again, remember there are 3 more stops on the World Tour circuit, as well as more racing to come tomorrow, so there's lots of time to see the changes in these points.
We are going to head off into our final break of the day. I'm just going to confirm it's about 17 minutes away, but we will then resume our spots on the edge of our seats because it ends in fine fashion, as always, with the relays, the women's 3,000 meter B and A final, and then the men's 500 meter relay semifinals. One more break to come, and as always, stay tuned for the content that we have prepared for you, getting you to know a little bit more about short track and what's going on here. This one will be a look actually at the Desmet siblings. Stay with us. Now, short track can be very much a family affair. Plenty of siblings out there on the ice over the years. A lot of brothers, a lot of sisters. Perhaps none more famous these days than the Desmet siblings from Belgium, Hannah and Stan. We caught up to them and their house and their training base in Montreal.
We're very in sync.
Zero rehearsal. From my perspective, she's the patience, and she's calmer than me, and keeping me grounded, keeping me calm sometimes. Like I can vent.
Kind of the child, and I'm the caring big sister.
Yeah, there's for sure in the house. There's a big sister's little brother vibe for sure. And,
sometimes Stan's a big brother and like protective. That's some guys see him like that, so that's nice.
Sometimes hard to see where her personality ends and mine begins. It's almost one.
Where did we grow up? We grew up in a small city in Belgium called Mechelen. It was just me and Stan and our mom. We were a small little family, but it was a really nice childhood.
A nice house, close to the city, with a little dog. Always some other pets too. Yeah. We like animals.
Yeah. Well, when I grew up, I was more into gymnastics than I was into skating. We didn't start that early, so I was doing a lot of gymnastics every week. Just a normal childhood. Stan was a rollerblader more. And we started ice a bit later because we didn't know it existed. It's not really a big sport in Belgium. But once we got to know the sport, we really liked it.
We had family that lived in Canada for a while, and they came back and showed us how fun ice skating could be just at a local ice rink. I liked it, and I was racing with people who didn't know they were racing usually in the busy ice rink, and I wanted to do it as a sport.
Gradually, we realized that we could be pretty good, and then I think like 4 or 5 years in, we're like, oh, we could actually be among the best in the world, which when we started, we never expected. It's for countries like Canada and Korea, they're good at speed skating. Belgium doesn't really do it. Then we moved to the Netherlands. We were there for 5 years. We were part of the Dutch scene, which was also awesome. And then when that ended, we came here. So this is the second year we're here in Canada, which is also really great. It's hard to move around all the time, but we've also been really lucky to be able to train with teams like that. In the European Championships 2 years ago, I got silver and he got silver and I got gold and he got gold. So that was also a really great family moment.
Yeah, that whole weekend.
Yeah, that whole weekend was awesome.
Our mother was there. She doesn't come to a lot of competitions, but she came there, and that I could do the exact copy of Hannah's result there was my career highlight, and so I was very proud, and it was nice to share in the exact same result.
For me, it's also really exciting to watch him always finish a mixed relay, because I'm just in the middle waiting for him to finish, and that's really fun to see him do that. He's so good at it, and he got moves that nobody else can do, and yeah, very fun.
I think that the most exciting moments for me are always the last laps in a relay.
Can he make this one stick as they come to the line? He does it!
Even winning a B final there has felt like the nicest races I've done. Been unimportant relays sometimes, they're just really fun.
It really makes me nervous to see him race. I think that's both ways. We're more nervous to see each other race than for our own races. But yeah, it's so nice to see, be happy for each other when you win. I think he's always there when I'm racing, because the girls are always before the guys, so he sees everything I do. For me, it's more difficult sometimes to watch his races, but it's great too.
She does show love and support.
Yeah.
She's always my biggest fan, with Mom, I guess. But yeah, it's super important, I think, to have her close. We've been just the two of us pretty often in another country, so to not feel lonely and to feel at home, it's been super important that we were both together doing the same thing.
Yeah, this year is kind of a preparation for the Olympic year next year. We just want to repeat everything we did this year, next year, have a good ranking, have good racing skills, practice everything we need to practice so that we're ready, we know what to expect. Yeah, so I was the first girl to get an individual Winter Olympic medal in Belgium, which was super cool. I didn't know before that had never happened. I knew we were not that big in winter sports, but I didn't know it would be the first time, so it was really cool.
It was a special moment to see her win an Olympic medal, for sure. I don't think I knew how historic it was either until after. But yeah, just a Winter Olympics medal, it's super special for Belgium. I think now with Bart Swings, who's winning medals, and then Hanne at the same time, it's starting to feel like it's normal, but it's not normal for Belgium to win any winter medals. So it's something I'm proud of, that Hanne can do this.
Hopefully we can do it together next Olympics.
Now, Catherine, on what was essentially home ice in Montreal, Hanne Desmet did pick up a couple of medals for Belgium.
Absolutely, and the fact that Hanne and Stan can do this together is a family affair, and it's helpful when you are a small group. You have access to more training groups, more funding, so it's not just their athletic ability, it's really a perfect storm of support, allowing them to shine at this level.
It is maybe something that'll get the people back at home in Belgium paying attention and maybe kickstart the sport's popularity.
And I can speak, I hope, for all athletes here, that it's the love of the sport, it's the love of the feeling of your blades on the ice that keeps people coming back, and no matter where you're from, it's contagious.
And lots more to come this weekend in Beijing.
一起比个心，两位。哎呦，谢谢谢谢，非常可爱啊，非常可爱。来来来，看这个好头啊，比心成功。来看看第2位，第2位在哪里？哦，他们俩早就比心好了，准备着了啊！恭喜你们，被我们选中了，早早的就比好心了啊！谢谢你们，第2组也非常成功。接下来看看第3组。哎呦，这边也是早早的就准备好了啊！很多闺蜜姐妹一起来看比赛，谢谢你们，非常好的爱心。第3组也成功，来第4组。哎呦，哎呦，掌声送给他们 ！Love Cam 直接升级为 Kiss Cam 啊！谢谢你们，非常有爱的表达。来第5组。没错，就是你们，谢谢你们这个大大的比心。接下来最后一组了啊，老 Cam 最后一组，看看谁会被选中。最后一个比心的机会，两位一起比个心。成功，圆满成功！感谢以上6组观众朋友们为我们带来的大大的爱，谢谢你们。
Ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming race is women's 3,000 meters relay final B。女士们、先生们，即将进行的比赛是女子3000米接力决赛 B。
Something we don't see every day. Two teams skating in the B final, the Italian Gladiators and Japanese Ninjas. Of course, that's because there was the penalty to the Dutch Lions in the last round and the advancement of one team. And so plenty of space out there, Catherine. They'll be able to find a Barca lounger and put their feet up and relax when they're not racing.
That's true. And so unless someone has decided that they are going to go for speed just for the heck of it, you can anticipate this being a slow race. They won't really start taking off until maybe 2/3 of the way through.
They look like they're having a good time there. And of course the relays counting triple for the Team Crystal Globe standing. So, you know, a B final race win, a chance to get as many points as possible. Of course, there's always the readjustment, but even those teams maybe not up near the top of the Crystal Globe standings, they can take the results back home and look and say, look, we are such and such place in the world in the Crystal Globe standings. They look to garner support heading into an Olympics. Always these teams trying to gain support to build their programs.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so, and it can come from either way. Occasionally, it is the right strategy. I would say particularly for the Japanese team to maybe try an endurance strategy and zap the legs of the traditional Italian sprinters. But it's also, we're still on weekend one of a long tour stop. So I don't know, we won't know until we see. But I do anticipate this being more of a race for feel and a sprint for the finish.
Yeah, they've had some time to get set up and adjusted to Beijing, but right after this ends, the teams will hop a flight over to Seoul, and not really much time to get settled before they're doing this all over again. Starting for Betty. Starting for the Gladiators and Hirayami Ninjas. Now on the start list that was handed in, Ariana Fontana was on the list, but she is not on the line. It is Gloria Ioriatti, Elisa Confortola, and Ariana Siegel.
And keep in mind that Ariana Fontana does train in Montreal, so even though she's on Team Italy and she's an absolute strong contributor to Team Italy, it does make sense in the relay event that they might go with people who have a little more experience together, especially this is a fairly low pressure race. Of course, yes, there are Crystal Globe points on the line, but look at this, it's starting out slow, and again, this is a great opportunity for the rest of the team to gain that experience.
Someone for the likes of Confortola getting another race at the top level. She's on the ice right now. She actually, when Milan was awarded the next Olympic Games, she actually spoke at the event where they decided it. And she tipped the scales, but she'll, I'm sure, relish the chance to skate at home in just about, let's see, 15 months time? About 14?
15, it's coming up fast.
So this is the last full season before an Olympic Games, and so the preparations begin. Well, I might as well talk about it. You as an Olympian, where are you a full year before the Games, or the last full season before the Games season?
I would say the reality of the Games coming up may not have quite kicked in yet, because the test event for the next Games will be this February. It will be World Tour stop number 6, and that's the point when you see the venue. I'm not sure which venue is hosting, so I'm not sure if the skaters will be there for the first time, but you see the venue, you get used to the city, you get an idea for what the food will be like, and that's when it really starts to hit home. All right, we're counting down, we're 1 year out.
Fun fact that a lot of people may not be aware of or care about, but you did the Vancouver 2010 test event.
Sure did.
I was also in the building somewhere. I was up in the press box covering it.
I remember you saying you covered it, but I didn't realize we were there right at the same time.
Yeah, so I did the whole weekend. So back when you had a different last name, before you got married, I would have seen Catherine Reuter out there and not thought twice about it, but now I know who that is.
Well, and all of these skaters want people to know who they are. The Italian team, I've seen quite a few defensive moves, and now they're pulling away from the Japanese Ninjas.
So just checking out the short track venue, the Forum di Milano in Assago, which is sort of part of the major Milan metropolitan. That is what they're all aiming for. One of many targets for the season. They still have European Championships, Asian Games, World Championships. There's a long season still to come, but undoubtedly, as World Tour stops go, that one is going to be a special end for them. With 8 laps to go, it is Yoriati of the Gladiators in front.
Bristol Globe winner will also be announced in Milan in February.
That'll be a big to-do then. It is Ariana Siegel leading the way. Watanabe Aoi trying to chase her down, but one last, haven't gotten the gun yet, so still not last exchange. Inside 5 to go. It is Betty leading the way. Pardon me, Confortola. Now it is Betty. That is the gun. One more exchange coming up.
Final 3 minutes to go.
Let's just see world record 4:02.809. That is just going by right now. And so a world record would have been just over a lap ahead of this one. It's going to be Gloria Yoriati bringing it to the line for the Italian Gladiators. And they will take this reduced E final. But that means when one is reduced,
the other is expanded.
there you go. It's going to be a very full ice surface. But incident-free. Everybody getting through unscathed. Getting some look there.
Enjoying some nice smooth ice after a long resurface break.
Still 3 more relays to come. There is, of course, the A final. The semifinals for the men's 5,000. Oh, I don't know if she put the toe down deliberately there. Yoriati, remember earlier going out as she crossed the line. That time she had the heel with the toe up and then she slammed it down on the ice as she crossed the line. That is how you do it.
Oftentimes athletes are hitting higher speed in their relays than they might in their individual races, and that's because you don't have to be in charge of your own acceleration in a relay. You're receiving a push already at top speed, so just 2 or 3 strides and you can overperform from your personal best in an individual distance.
And there is the ladder, the bracket on how teams got to where we are right now. 5 teams in the women's 3,000 meter A final. Running through them right now. We will throw it down to the floor where they will introduce the 5 teams, the 20 skaters.
Ladies and gentlemen, now is the women's 3,000 meters relay final A. Let's welcome the skaters. 女士们、先生们，即将进行的是女子3000米接力赛决赛，让我们欢迎运动队入场。Position number 1， 1号位 ，Korean White Tigers， 韩国队。 number 5， 5号位 Polish Hussars， 波兰队。
Each team handling the introduction in their own unique way. I was watching the Chinese lungs, Catherine, and I saw Fan Keshin, of course, the multiple-time world champion in both individual and relay races, an Olympic gold medalist. She was the one who almost led the cheer, and I'm guessing she must be the leader on this team on the ice.
Certainly, and we see that in a couple of different teams, that maybe the current high performer is not the team captain, and in my opinion, that's a good thing, because to be a high performer is already a lot of pressure, a lot of expectation. If you have someone on the team who's performed at a high level and now has shifted into that glue role. Remember, some people are nice and shiny, they're always winning, but some teammates are the glue that hold the team together, and that's really what Fan Keshin is doing at this point.
And it is Kim Butang to lead things off.
Go to the start.
For the Ice Maples. It's Chen and John for the White Tigers and Yana Khan for the Nomads.
Ready.
It is Wang for the Lungs, and for the Hussars, it's Gabriela Topolska. 5 teams out there. A lot of traffic, but it's a race for the medals.
It sure is a race. Now, Poland's in a dangerous spot. It's so challenging. There's not enough room. There's not enough room for 10 skaters to be on one track during the exchanges. Watch it here, how all of them line up and try to push, and Poland is running into trouble both times now.
And there you go. I think it might have heard you to get up into 4th, get some space there. They're right up on the Lungs.
And similar to when we're watching the individual races, we talk about how leaving space can be helpful to close a gap. The Kazakh team would actually be well served to drop back a little bit, just so they're not constantly running into the skaters ahead of them or having their relay exchanges cut off.
Move 4th, 3rd.
Oh no.
That was Malashevska getting right up there, sort of squeezing the Chinese lung skater, forced them out wide. That one will be reviewed, but now there is work to do for the Chinese lungs.
The Chinese lungs will close this gap. The other 3 teams are not trying to pull away.
They missed that exchange, though. Not a great push on that.
So they have their work cut out for them.
They're also helping to pull the Nomads a little bit back there. The Nomads, they watched the drama unfold in front of them and said, thank you very much, getting beat to be the first team over the line officially after the Dutch Lions were punished. But now to roar as the hometown side gets right back into the mix.
Oh, there's a total botch of that relay exchange by the Kazakh team. I don't know that they touched, but they certainly did impede on the Polish Hussars completing their tag.
And the earlier incident has been reviewed. It's cleared. And for a second, I thought that Malashevska was actually giving the push to one of the Nomad skaters, but everybody getting back onto terms. But each time a team is dropping off, there's that little bit more energy, I would imagine, to get back on.
And it's important to conserve your energy. So if there is a gap, you can try to close it as fast as possible, or you can be smooth and methodical about how you close that gap. In a 27-lap race, we're always looking for patience.
We're really looking for the first big twist in the tail. All the drama right now happening at the back. Meanwhile, at the front, it is Danae Blay on the front, a gold medal already today. Looking to add to that, Shim Suk Hee right behind her.
Canadian Ice Maples controlling the pace here and looking good while they're doing it.
Is Soro right back into the mix this weekend. And there's another bump and the lungs go down. That was off the exchange.
She's hurt.
And there is a skater down.
She can't get up.
It's a knee problem.
The officials need to see this and make a call. There it is.
And the lungs are calling for aid. They're bringing this one back. And immediately she grabbed her knee, and they're really waving them on. So I'm just going to let the medical professionals do their work. They're waving them on quickly and trying to get the skaters off. And worrying scenes here really came from the exchange where suddenly there were a lot of bodies in the way.
And it's, hey, 5 on the line, man. It's really quite a lot. What's unfortunate is that when there's an advancement, you can't really tell a team that they can't come on the ice. They were advanced. But then what that does is it puts every other team kind of at risk because it just creates more chaos.
Everybody's being that little bit more aware. And I mean, we have seen teams with 5 before. This does happen on occasion, and so now we're obviously hoping for the best. I completely missed which lung skater it was. I'm trying to look over there and see who is okay. It may actually be, let's see, I see Zhang Yizhe over there, I see Gong Li over there, and I see,
I think that's Fan?
yeah,
On the right?
Fan Keshin. I think you're right. And so that would mean it's Wang Ye, the youngster. But world junior champion in a number of distances. So now you were talking about putting the blinders on.
That's right.
And you know, considering what they've all seen, and they're going to start this over again.
And they are, the Chinese alternate is by the boards. As long as there's no penalty for the Chinese team, she's being allowed on. And this is why you have your alternate dress and put their skates on and even their helmet for this reason right here. They do have to confirm that there's no penalty on the Chinese team.
It's Wang Xinran who there, the 23-year-old standing ready to come on. I imagine things are getting reviewed. Dot in the corner, but
and it's possible that it, gosh, it's sometimes it just happens and there's contact or there's a, you know, you get that twist. It's hard to say until we see some replays why or how that happened.
I'm not sure, given the severity, I'm not sure we will get a look at any.
It was an odd angle on the fall though. Both of her knees were caving in over her big toes, so over the inside edges of the skate, and then she caught something and there was a twist. So the knee joint's already being put in a harmful way, especially for ladies. ACL tears are particularly more common for ladies. So you get that caving in of the knees and then you add a spin. Hopefully it's nothing to do with a bone. I've seen spiral fractures of the tibia happen like that. Again, ACL was in a compromised position. Oh man, just, you know, high hopes and well wishes for her health and her safety.
And it looks like we are being told there is a penalty on the Polish hussar. They are making it off the ice. It's looking like it is a shoulder injury.
Shoulder, interesting.
That's what we're reading right now. So there is Fan Keshin. Wang Xinran is on the ice right now. Gong Li is out there. Well, so I'm just trying to see who might be left, and so that would be, I just see 33, that's Zhang Yizhe, 17 is Gong Li, and Fan Keshin is 18, so it would be Wang Ye in there in the corner.
Well, a shoulder injury can be less detrimental than a knee injury in the sport, but you're right, when she fell, she grabbed her knee right away, and she was in that compromised position.
She is going over the boards on a backboard there, ovation from the crowd. Yeah, they really on the severity of that shoulder injury. She has her arms crossed across her front, and so now we will hope for the best.
And you know, everyone out there on the ice is putting their blinders on. I promise you they're feeling a little queasy in their stomach because this happens in the sport, and it's a fine balance of taking that deep breath, settling the nerves, getting focused and ready to race.
So she is going out of the arena on the stretcher now, so just the updated Chinese lungs roster: Zhang Yizhe, Gong Li, Fan Keshin, and Wang Xinran. As Wang Ye gets taken out, and we now just hope for the best with her. Wang Ye just turned 19 in August. As I mentioned, world junior champion in the 500 and 1,000 meters. She does also have a world championship gold medal from that mixed relay side in Rotterdam in the spring. So now we can only hope for the best for her as we get back to the action. And we will restart. And we were getting pretty close to the end, and so when that speed really kicks up in the final decisive moments, that's where that risk really creeps up as well.
Absolutely, and you're seeing athletes kind of stretching, moving around, trying to keep their legs loose. Kim Bhutan, I think, actually kind of pounding her fists onto her thighs. That's a little makeshift massage that you can give yourself if you start to feel your muscles tightening up.
So it's almost a whole race to go again, and so undoubtedly, I would not imagine, having seen how much work goes in, it won't be the world's fastest start to a race.
However, with, oh, here we go, we get the replay right off the push.
She tries to make the position.
Bump. Spin. Oh.
Hard into the boards, yeah.
And when you're spinning like that, it's impossible to fall in a way that's safe. So if you are falling on the ice, you're trained to turn your back to the wall, or if you're sliding on your back, to get your feet up. Those are the two safest ways to run into the boards.
Not a lot she could do, spinning out of control. And fans trying to rally their side back as the skaters go back to the start line. This time it was Olga Tikhanova starting for the Nomads. Gwen Lee on the ice for the Lungs. Kim Bhutan once again for the Ice Maples and Choi Min-jung.
Go to the start.
For the White Lions. White Tigers.
Ready.
We are now back to 4 skaters aside. 4 teams with 4 skaters aside. Not too fast from the looks of things, Catherine.
And it is the same main players in the top 3. The Canadian Ice Maples, the Korean White Tigers, and the Chinese Lungs are the heavy favorites to podium in this race.
Coming in, the Ice Maples, winners of the second race in Montreal, so they are the team that won coming in. And now there is some early movement with the White Tigers going to the front, the Lungs following them.
And you can imagine the Chinese athletes are skating now with a sense of vengeance, really wanting to prove themselves and to come back from that scary result and replace those memories with a positive one.
So skating for Wang Ye also. I'll tell her about their win for her. Is Kim Lee on the front right now? Leading the White Tigers right now. So the White Tigers, the Lungs, the Ice Maples, and the Nomads. And a big wobble coming out of the corner there. That opened the door for the Ice Maples to move through. Danae Blais moving into second place. And there's a collision there. Both the Nomads go down. And so who's the one who gets tagged up? They don't know.
I don't know that they know. And they missed it anyway. And now all 4 of them are in the corner. It's going to be a hard recovery.
So it's tough to practice for something like that when both of them go down. Not sure if the tag was made, and then it's confusion on the ice.
Absolutely.
There is our top 3. Unfortunate for the Nomads.
And so now I anticipate the pace will start picking up. The top 3 teams here are going to start thinking, let's get serious. We're coming around here on 13 to go.
Incident was reviewed. It has been cleared. I think it was self-inflicted by the Nomads there. Just getting caught up behind all the traffic. Once again, benefits of being on the front. It is Shim Soo-ki right now leading the way for the White Tigers.
Oh, a great push to Courtney Searle, but bad timing on the pass.
And she tucked in. That did force out the White Tiger wide. We'll see what stands right there. It is Searle on the front right now. They were penalized in relay number 1 in Montreal. They fought back to take relay number 2. That incident will be reviewed. There might be enough time to clear it or determine whatever's going to happen, but we are inside now. 8 laps to go. At the moment, Florence Brunel leading the way. Behind her is Fan Keshin and Kim Lee. That one is a clean exchange. The Lungs looking for the lead. Can they make it stick this time all the way around?
Clear. The review's been cleared.
It has been cleared, so we are back full on to racing. A collision between the White Tigers and the Lungs.
Quick recovery by both teams. It's exactly what you're supposed to do, but they're in trouble.
And they are both slow to get up. It's labored for them.
This is a huge opportunity for the Kazakh Nomads. This is not their best known distance.
I think they might have lost a lap there anyway, so they might have only just regained a lap. That incident will be clear. There still is a labored Chinese skater down on the edge. She is slow to get up, but off the front now, it's the Canadian Ice Maples going away. Chance to go back-to-back. They will come up to the bell. At the finish, it is going to be Florence Brunel. The Canadians far and away, they stayed out of trouble this time around, and they will cross the line first in Beijing.
Wow, Chinese athletes still on the boards as the Korean White Tigers. Kim Lee comes around for the finish.
It was Fan Keshin crossing in third. That incident will be reviewed. So the Nomads, depending on what comes on here, might they end on the podium? Of course, we've had 2 cleared incidents. We might go 3 for 3. We'll let the officials get down to work, but there's a lot to dissect from that one.
So much going on, absolutely, and I still see a Chinese skater limping around the track. This is a tough day for the Chinese Longs to have two injuries on the women's side.
And that one, I think, is Wang Xinran, the replacement who came in laboring right now. That's Zhang Yizhe. I think she's fine. I think it is the woman with the 28 on her helmet who was labored, but yeah, she's certainly favoring one leg, but at least up on her feet. Is this the incident right here? That's the earlier one. That was the Nomads.
The duo crash.
Yeah, but of course then there's the issue. Oh, it was cleared, so I guess they got someone tagged up properly. It was a very confusing situation for all of us, and that was Sarot getting the lead. That also was cleared. And so this is it right here. Well, It's shoulder to shoulder.
Landing right on the knee, right on the hip, and then going together into the boards.
I think I saw all their blades were safely sort of apart from each other. And so we wait. What is being investigated is a possible lane change from inside to out for the Chinese Lungs. I think we can safe to say Florence Brunel and the Canadian Ice Maples take the victory. Question mark?
Question mark. Yep, it is not official until the officials put up the result.
Yeah, we'll see. There is an announcement coming down to the ice.
After review, we give penalty to Team Poland and Team the People's Republic of China.
And there you go, the decision made. Poland, they announced earlier, that was the earlier incident. And so it is the Chinese Lungs also penalized for that late collision in the corner. And what does that mean? Yes, the Ice Maples gold. Yes, the White Tigers silver. Kazakh Nomads onto the podium.
Absolutely, and if that is not the first time that they've been on the podium, it's been a rare occurrence. So truly an historic event here for the Kazakh Nomads.
So that was the earlier incident. The failure to give way is the ruling. It is certainly their first podium of the World Tour. I'm not sure the last time they had a women's international success, because a lot of it was Denis Nikisha on the men's side. But anyway, it's a first medal, and there he is, lane change inside to out, going to the Chinese Lungs.
So an attempt to block the speed coming from the Korean skater and resulted in an impact.
And so lots to talk about from that one, I am sure. We're obviously hope for the best with Wang Ye as well, but the victory ceremony to come. The Ice Maples back-to-back. Silver going to the Korean White Tigers, and for the first time this season on the World Tour, a Kazakh Nomad will be on the podium, and it will be the team of Kazakh Nomads.
And the Kazakh Nomads just recently getting a new head coach, Wilma Boomstra, and it's apparent in the way that not only did they have great coverage earlier in the World Tour stop yesterday as part of the men's relay, I believe. We had a fall in the men's Kazakh team and an elite coverage by the men. And here we go, a good effort by the women and a great result for their new coach, Wilma Boomstra.
Yeah, I'm just checking previous results. It's certainly all been men in recent years. Denis Nikisha, Adil Galiakhmatov, Afzal Ashgaliev, and yeah, the women's program, I don't want to head it could be their first ever international senior medal, at least in recent memory, but we'll throw it down to the ice for the medal ceremony.
Medals will be presented by the chief referee, Mr. Balazs Kovalyov, and assistant referee Li Yong. 为获奖运动员颁奖的是裁判长巴拉兹科维尔和副裁判长李勇。In third place and the winner of the bronze medal, Kazakh Nomads 获得铜牌的是哈萨克斯坦队。
Alina Ashgaliyeva.
Kazakh Nomads. In second place and winner of the silver medal, Korean White Tigers. 获得银牌的是韩国队。
Kim Ji-hee, Kim Seung-hee, Chung Min-yoon, Non Do-hee.
Korean White Tigers. In first place and the winner of the gold medal, Canadian Ice Maples. 获得金牌的是加拿大队。
Hotly surround the name Valles, Florence Brunel, Woody King.
Canadian Ice Maples. Ladies and gentlemen, the medalists. 女士们、先生们，再次把掌声送给各位获奖运动员。
So they go for the celebratory photo. And I'm scrolling back, and I don't want to say it's official without confirming it, but I can't find any recent memory of any Kazakh women's medals on either the old World Cup circuit and of course now the World Tour. So it's very possible that that's their first ever senior international medal on the women's side.
Yeah, to be, like I said, or like you said, it's unofficial. We definitely have to confirm and find it through a couple of sources, but since about 2006, I don't think I've ever seen a Kazakh relay medal on the women's side.
So still more to come. If that wasn't enough excitement, you do have a few seconds to catch your breath, but 2 more races still to come, and that being the semifinals for the men's 5,000 meter relay. An updated look at the women's relay standings, and just to go through it again. So the women get 100 points for that result for just this discipline of its own. For the team overall standings, it's 3 times that. So that's why it is all there right now. But nice shot of points there for the Kazakh Nomads.
And so now the men coming on the ice with, again, an ice disadvantage. The men always have to race after the women, ladies first.
Yeah, they're used to it being a bit chewed up by the time they get on the ice, but there's almost been a whole extra relay on the ice.
Exactly.
So
not only that, but you know, you're told as an athlete when the approximate start time is, and so when a race gets stopped, there's a delay for injury and then reskated. That does throw off the pre-race routine. An elite athlete knows exactly how to manage. A novice athlete, they might be having some butterflies in their stomach after having been thrown off from their pre-race routine.
2 heats, top 2 teams move on, and the 3rd and 4th will go to Final B. Of course, well, it's always pending advancements, as we saw on the women's side of things. And heat number 1, the Dutch Lions, the Japanese Ninjas, the Chinese Lungs, and the Italian Gladiators. Dutch, Jens van het Wout, Toon Boer, Itzhak de Laat, and Dan Kos. Hayashi Kosei, Miyata Shogo, Iwasa Dan, and Watanabe Keita for the Ninjas. The Liu brothers, Sun Long and Liu Guanyi for the Lungs, and Pietro Siegel, Thomas Natalini, Mattia Antonioli, and Lorenzo Previtali for the Gladiators, and it's Natalini to start things off.
Go for the start.
Sun leading things off. Might as well put in the guy who's flying right now to start things off. Although, as we do know in the relay, not necessarily the the fastest of starts. Watanabe starting for the Ninjas, and it's Toon Boer for the Lions.
And so the reason for that is that it's a 45-lap race, 5,000 meters. And we talked before about how there's different positions. There's the starter, there's the finisher. The 3rd and 4th place skater can be a combination of passing and defending. But that means that the starter and the finisher actually do an extra exchange than the 3rd and 4th place skaters. So the starter and the finisher are going to do 8 exchanges. Positions 3rd and 4th will only do 7 exchanges. But again, by the time they all get through that, it's a 45-lap race.
So the Dutch Lions in their quarterfinal, they flew away. They almost lapped the entire field, and it came on the heels of the Ice Maple setting the world record in the mixed team relay. And for a moment, we sort of thought, are they also trying to go for it? They didn't get it in the end, and actually bumped into Dan Costa, said, was that, were you going for something there? Were you close by to snow? It's sort of like a chance to practice going off on a flyer like that. So it was, they meant to go out quickly, but they weren't exactly aiming for a target, so to speak.
And considering that the European teams will have European championships around February.
It's right in the new year at some point.
And then the Asian teams will have their Asian games around the same time. So none of these teams are really peaking for this event. Everyone is more or less training through for the championship events that come a little later in the season. Again, the World Tour has 6 stops, lots of opportunities to gain points. A World Championship event is one and done.
The Lungs, I think this is one of their peaking events, and they've been doing a pretty good job so far. Sun Long on the front. He had to go out wide there, otherwise he would have skated right into the back of the Gladiators.
And he did the right thing there. It's so important right now to be conserving energy. I do anticipate when the Chinese team goes, they're going to go hard and fast, and every single team in front of them is going to try to block that speed and save their own position.
And because why not? The world record 6:28.625, currently held by Hungary, set back in 2018. And as Catherine noted the other day, the Liu brothers were skating for them back then, and it'd be interesting to see if there ever was a new world record set by the Lungs. It was the brothers would be involved in both of those occasions. Van Koss on the front.
And also an interesting fact, the Liu brothers working with the same coach in China as they had worked with in Hungary. And I don't know this, but I wonder if part of that decision for them to switch citizenship came on the heels of, well, our coach is leaving the Hungarian team and going to China. They had so much success in Team Hungary under that coaching staff with dual citizenship. A transition over to the Chinese Longs does make sense.
You mentioned they had the dual heritage as well, and we see so many skaters skating for different nationalities than where they were born, and a move up into the third for the Lungs. That's Liu Guanyi. Still all very compact. Just an interesting to show how sign about every race is. The Ninjas came second to the Dutch Lions in that quarterfinal, and it was nearly a lap the difference. And here they are tucked right up behind them. The Dutch are not aiming to go off on a flyer today, at least not right now.
And I see the Italian team playing with their track patterns. Then a pass might not be coming right away, but they're thinking about it.
Setting something up. You like to mention when it's skaters on the back, they have a chance to sort of plan and set things up, really organize an attack.
And what's common is for, even if this isn't in the strategy, if there's one athlete who's thinking like, hey, I could finish that pass, they will tell the team, next time, give me 2 laps, and they'll preemptively go in, trying to improve position.
They're all the opening as well that could happen on an exchange. Nothing doing just yet. The Lungs did get up at the second roar from the crowd, cheering on their own. And now in is Sun Long. Okay, he won't soon forget. Couple of medals. Left to finish it, getting his team into the A final. On the back, Natalini. And there's a bump on the exchange, and Seagal gets up into third.
And Natalini set that up perfectly. He stepped out wide and built his speed into the corner. And here's a pass from the Chinese Longs right into an exchange.
Liu Xiaowang gives way to Liu Guanyi. It's Zach Delat.
And now
second right now.
And now the pace is picking up.
Now we're really starting to fly inside, coming up to seat 10 to go. It is Liu Xiaolin on the ice right now.
And you can, oh my.
Attempted push for the lead, but I think that they connected on that. It might have had a better chance, but yeah, they had to abort it in the end.
Well, and what you'll see here, we do see the ice conditions starting to make a difference. We're seeing those 2-foot pivots. That means the ice is not holding the pressure in one blade, it's taking 2 blades.
Now the move goes, and they make it stick. Is there an opening for the Lungs to fight back? No, and Jens Van Wout made that one stick before giving way to Itzhak Delat here in a collision. There was one of the gladiators in the race, the Lung who was not in the race. And so I think there's confusion on the gladiator side who got to tag up, and nobody has right now. And so it's 6s and 7s on the gladiator side right now. At the front, the Lungs, fortunately, it was their own skater who was off the ice who took the hit. And so they are still right there at the front.
There's the gun. That means there's only time for one more exchange.
It's Zach Delat, no, not Zach Delat, it's Sun Long under pressure. Here is that final exchange. It's Jens Van Wout trying to chase down Liu Xiaowang. He's going to come under pressure all the way to the end at the bell. Here comes Van Wout making the move on the inside, and he gets there. It's Jens Van Wout. There's a cheer coming from one of his teammates, Jens Van Wout. Dutch Lions with some mastery there.
That really surprised me that Jens Wout did have the energy and the prowess to complete that pass with just 1 lap to go.
Miyata Shogo made it close as the Ninjas came up and pressed late. 2 incidents will be reviewed, but it was interesting. after that final exchange was made. We're gonna see, I'm not sure what this might be. This might be the incident where
little blocking from the Dutch team.
it was Dan Koss who was shouting at Jens van der Wout, cheering him on after that last exchange. So there are a few things to look at here.
So the Chinese athlete moving up into the front. Now the inside athlete needs to make a quick reaction right here and ideally nail the timing on the push.
So they are reviewing a possible leg block, and that would have been the incident that sent the Gladiators off course.
And so what they mean by a leg block is if you open your legs excessively wide off the push. See how their feet are spread? Part of that, yeah, and then their blades click. That is how you push, but if you do it to an excessive amount where it starts to impact teams around you, that's a penalty.
See the click where it happened. The hand there right, almost on the boot. That actually, no, that was the pylon that was knocked off there.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was cleared.
What great compression around the turn. You can see him just snap off that push, and that's what gets him by.
Wow, one of the best there is right now. Leaves it late. Give the Dutch Lions the win, and potentially not official just yet. It is official just now. The Dutch Lions, the Chinese Lungs moving into the A final. The Ninjas and the Gladiators will skate in the B final. That wraps things up tomorrow. So, as they finished on the line, here's how things will remain. Bring up number 2, that has the White Tigers, the Polish Hussars, the Canadian Ice Maples, and the USA Eagles. So the Canadians did the double on home ice, and we'll see what happens once we now hit the change of venue button. Canadians, Dubois, Danjou, Roussel, and Pierre Gilles. They had Philippe Daudelin in the quarterfinal, but going with their top 4 now. Hussars starting with Michał Niewinski. There's also Łukasz Kuczynski, Guillaume Sidi, and Félix Pigeon.
Go to the start.
The White Tigers with Park Jung-yuk leading things off. There's also Kim Tae-sung, Jung-sun Woo, and Park Ji-won. And for the Eagles, Andrew Hyo, Marcus Howard, Wesley Park, and the man starting is Clayton DeClemente.
And the heavy favorites in this race are the Canadian Ice Maples and the Korean White Tigers. That doesn't mean that the Polish Hussars or the American Eagles are going to make it an easy race.
We've seen from a lot of the races, good example that anything is possible. The Hussars, bronze medalists at the World Championships, behind South Korea, Korea Republic, and China back in Rotterdam. Canadians, if I'm not mistaken, didn't even make the final for the men's relay. Don is slipping to second right now. The Eagles losing a little bit of contact, but that might be they're trying to close up and maybe make a move, but no, they're right back up there on the Hussars.
Yeah, and you have to be careful when you're closing a gap into an exchange, because there it goes with Clayton DeClemente finishing the pass that Marcus Howard was attempting to set him up for.
And it is Park Ji-won on the front. Stephen Dubois right behind him. Andrew Hyo, the Eagles. It is Félix Pigeon for the Hussars. Now the exchange happens, and the Ice Maples back in front.
And the Korean White Tigers stepping out slightly, making room for the Ice Maples, which is smart. You don't want any of those shared responsibility calls, and you also don't want to lose any speed this early in the race.
Danjou on the front right now.
Poland setting up a move.
Fourier getting in there and able to tuck in round the corner.
Oh, wow.
And that sets up a pass for second place for them. Heads up by the Hussars.
White Tigers staying calm in that third position. They don't need to They don't need to rush. They need to be patient, skate their own race.
And there you go, Park Ji-won, almost effortlessly getting right to the front.
He does make it look effortless, and what he does well is that as soon as he gets to the front, he cuts the speed. So you don't want to waste energy by overtaking the pack by a mile. You want to tuck into the front the same way you'll see an athlete tuck into second or third.
Sun-woo on the front, Dongjanu now in for the Canadian. Cellier getting close as Dongjanu makes the move on the inside with the quick burst of speed.
And this White Tiger looks to be having a little trouble with their blades. What's going on that left push?
There you go, he slid again, and that almost caused disaster on the exchange. It was Kim Tae-sung.
Kim Tae-sung needing to check his equipment. Potentially it's just the ice, but what happens sometimes is you get what's called a strip. If you glide over a piece of dirt in the ice, or you click blades with another skater, it can strip the edge of your blade off and results in less control over each push.
Let's see what happens when he goes back into the race. The White Tigers have slipped down to 4th. Still a lot of ways to go here. Long way to go, 24 laps to go.
Ice Maples using the track patterns to their advantage. So remember, with that restart in the women's 3000, we've had basically an entire extra race on the ice that you might normally have. The ice is chewed up. You can't change the conditions of the ice, but you can change how you skate on it. That's what the Ice Maples are doing here. They're choosing track patterns that cut through the ruts rather than trying to make the ruts work for them.
Just watching on the inside there, Kim Tae-sung, I don't know if he can actually continue, and if the White Tigers are going with 3 right now?
You can go with 3. The only rule is that every athlete has to skate 1 lap. And so as long as Kim Tae-sung has done his 1 exchange, which he has, now they might be finishing with a 3-man team.
Their exertions, wonder how that might affect their finish. They are sitting still in 4th right now. The Ice Maples and the Eagles sitting 1 and 2.
And to be honest, the Korean team is prepared for this. What will happen, though, is that they'll start doing 2-lap exchanges instead of lap-and-a-half exchanges.
And just notice that when the other 3 went, the White Tigers didn't opting to do it on the opposite side.
It's too difficult to do lap-and-a-half exchanges with 3 people. You have to take it back to 2-lap exchanges just so that everyone has time to get off their resting position back into their receiving position for the next push.
So gives way to Dubois. Hyo on for the Eagles. And for the Hussars, it's Pigeon. And a move for the lead. Hyo goes to the front. Just in time for the exchange.
Here's Gilles building on the outside. We'll see what he can do with that speed. He can take it in, back to the lead.
Makes the corner. Cool as you like.
Cool as a cucumber. We're gonna have cucumber-flavored Pringles here at the concession stand in Beijing.
We'll get there at some point. It is Dongjanu now putting in a shift. And the Canadians saying, enough is enough. Let's just take it and go. Turn and burn. Off goes Roussel. And now the chase is on. It's Michał Nowinski trying to close it. I just don't know what's left in the White Tigers, skating with 3 guys for so long.
I think they'll surprise us as they move into 3rd.
As you say that, Park Ji-won picks 1 off. Still 1 more to go. Down to 6 left. It is Pierre-Gilles on the front. And as you say that, the White Tigers close on 2nd. The Hussars now under pressure. It is Łukasz Kuczynski now giving way to Diane Cellier. And there's the advantage of changing up their exchanges.
Oh, he's got to fight to finish this exchange on the outside. Wow.
And now it looks like the White Tigers can close off as the grip really closing or holding there. I saw Michał Nowinski struggling around the corner, but he's closing up again.
Wow.
And a push there for 2nd. Can he hold it?
An incredible push. Great exchange. Lots of speed. White Tigers going on the outside in.
And it's Park Ji-won salvaging it, getting into 2nd. Dubois is off the front, and the Ice Maples staying away from the danger of fist pump from him. Park Ji-won does the business and just saves the day. Well, the whole team saved the day, really, but it was the late move there as the Hussars really had them under pressure.
And teams train for this. It's common to have to drop down to 3 athletes, especially if there's been a kick off the start, a fall, a strip. So the Korean Tigers, the White Tigers, were definitely prepared for this to happen in a race.
Oh, Ji-Hwan, hands on his hips. He looked up to the ceiling. Big exhale from him. I'm sure the legs are feeling it, but as all the action took place behind them, the Canadians rolled off into the distance.
Smooth move to the front there by Aaron Heo. Great, taking advantage of the opportunity to get his team in front. Pierre Gilles responds, coming quick up the inside.
And yeah, the results are confirmed. The Ice Maples go P1. The Korean White Tigers go second. The Hussars and the Eagles will skate in the B final. These men's relays will conclude it all tomorrow. We have a whole day to get through. And so, Catherine, I've run out of things to say. We're a pretty solid opening on day one. Lots to talk about.
Super solid, and we are seeing the impact these ice conditions having on the athletes. Pierre Gilles really barely holding on there. Stephen Dubois coming around, making it look easy.
As Pierre Gilles and all the skaters come off the ice, we'll get a nice bit of work this evening to set up the second day of the World Tour here in Beijing. There you have it, the Ice Maples, the White Tigers, the Hussars, and the Eagles. Well, we saw a lot today. What's there to look forward to tomorrow, Catherine?
Oh, tomorrow will be an exciting day as we wrap up this World Tour stop. We'll have more medal rounds in the relay events as well as individual events, and more points to be had for the Crystal Globe.
Big shake-up in the Crystal Globe standings, I have no doubt, just setting up another incredible weekend. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Gavin Day. I will talk to you tomorrow. Goodbye.